Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're all doing all right today. Um, as you can see, we're down a light because it's incredibly hot again in this room. Now, before we go on, just little reminders. There will be no stream tomorrow. I finally go get my results back from the doctor and all that. We'll be back regular schedule programming on Wednesday, and then Thursday I will be debating, which will be airing live on this channel. That'll be Wednesday night for Americans, because if you guys forget, I'm about 14 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, so Wednesday night for the Americans is the debate, Thursday morning for the Australians. Now, first of all, I just want to say I hope everybody that's watching me from California, specifically LA, is doing all right, especially my regular chatters that have been keeping me updated with what's going on, which I really, really do appreciate. It helps quite a bit. So, we'll jump into the fire coverage a bit later. I just want to start off with some stuff here and there. Now, did you guys happen to see some of the new rules that came out with Meta's new fact-checking program, or rather a lack of a fact-checking program, their new community notes program? Because it's pretty bad, actually. So, according to the new policies, you're now allowed to discriminate against specific groups of people with no repercussions. And could you guess that that specific group of people is mostly LGBTQ people? Yeah, of course it was. So let's have a look.
In the days following Meta's changes to its free speech and moderation policies, some Meta employees and LGBTQ advocacy groups are expressing their opposition. Tech outlet 404 Media says it spoke with 5 current Meta employees who were anonymous in the report. They told the news outlet other employees have taken to internal message boards to raise concerns, including one employee who described it as, quote, total chaos internally.
Which is totally unsurprising, might I add you, because that's kind of how Twitter runs, you know? Total chaos internally. What's up, Shardsport? Good to see you today. Hope you're doing all right.
Guidelines announced Tuesday by CEO Mark Zuckerberg pull back on the company's moderation on sites including Facebook and Instagram. In some cases,
now, to be clear, Facebook has already been doing this for years. They've been suppressing left-wing political messaging for a very long time, as well as some right-wing political messaging. But the idea of them getting rid of their fact-checking from some sites is a really simple way to put it. What they're actually doing is they're instituting the community note system from Twitter, which is regularly abused to harass people. And I do agree, Genghis Khan, Korean barbecue is top-tier food. Korean fried chicken, some of the best.
Cases, the company said it will explicitly allow some language that has previously been banned.
Such as being able to call LGBT people mentally ill. I wonder if maybe normalizing the rhetoric of LGBT people are mentally ill might have something to do with their plans to, I don't know, eradicate LGBT people from the United States? Maybe.
Reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
It's such a lie. I mean, first of all, back to your roots. What roots are you talking about? When was Facebook a free expression platform? This platform started as like Tinder for college kids in Harvard to rate each other.
Simple speech.
Reducing our mistakes.
So we're going to get back to our roots.
Hey, you guys remember a couple years ago when Facebook had to testify in front of Congress that they're fully aware of, rather Meta had to, that they're fully aware of the negative impacts on mental health that these social media apps have, that Instagram specifically increases the risk of depression, anxiety, eating disorders in young people, mostly girls for the eating disorders, sure, but in general, for everybody, by like 60+%, they were fully aware of this. Mark Zuckerberg had to talk about misinformation in front of Congress, and his first 30 seconds of his explanation was, well, you know, lying has always been around. Back in the day, there used to be a saying that says a lie could travel halfway across the country before the truth could put its shoes on, which is true. But if that's your opening argument for why you're not, I don't know, why you shouldn't have your company removed, why you shouldn't be regulated. It's a ridiculous statement to make in the idea of, well, we're not that bad for the misinformation. It's just always been this way. Shut the fuck up.
And focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Conservatives largely praise
I
Meta's
suppose
efforts.
it's better than looking like a lizard. He does look like a little 16-year-old fuckboy now. So really fitting in with the crowd that he's moving towards.
Storing free expression on our platforms.
Conservatives largely praise Meta's efforts to scale back on its moderation practices, calling it a win for free speech. However, these employees interviewed by 404 Media called the changes dangerous, pointing to one specific change: the company allowing users to say that being LGBTQ means a person is mentally ill. Meta's
free speech for them, none for you. Remember, like Twitter was the free speech website. That's what Elon walked around, went on TV shows, marketed himself as the free speech warrior, except the word cisgender gets you banned. So what do you think that they mean when they say this is a win for free speech? And then the following news article is, oh, we allow allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation, given political or religious discourse about transgenderism, which in and of itself, anyone who uses the word transgenderism is a huge red flag, and homosexuality. Zuck the 16-year-old fuckboy cuck, true.
Updated policy on hateful conduct now says, quote, we do allow allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation.
You know, we figured out that this wasn't a mental illness a long time ago. It used to be, I believe the DSM-3 was what was the last edition that still considered sexual orientation is part of a mental illness. We're on the DSM-5. I believe the 6 comes out soon.
Given political and religious discourse about transgenderism and homosexuality and common non-serious usage of words like weird. An LGBTQ advocacy group called the changes alarming, claiming the use of the term transgenderism was a red flag. The group said the term is, quote, hateful and right-wing. On Thursday evening, The Intercept reported,
I didn't even watch that video, but I still made the point.
It received a leak of Meta training materials showing specific hypothetical examples of what posts can be allowed. They did not release the documents for public viewing, but alleged the company displayed examples of stereotypes about many different ethnic groups as examples of what is now allowed. 404 Media's report said Meta did not.
I would just like to remind you that this will be all of social media within the span of a couple months. That was always the plan. It's laid out in Project 2025. They want this level of moderation for anything that might be considered left, but total free speech for them, as in they want to turn every website into X, into the site where you can, I don't know, have white supremacists using slurs like the N-word, but if someone in an academic context is trying to explain the difference between sex and gender to somebody else, they get banned. It is insane. But it tracks with this anti-information, anti-intellectual, anti-epistemological, anti-science direction we've been headed in for a long time. And there's a lot of underlying factors that contribute to this. And there's a lot of after effects that come from this that will last for generations. I mean, look at what kids are like now. And that's just from the last 5-10 years of social media. There are children in school who can't read, who are attacking their teachers. There are teachers quitting their jobs because the students keep harassing them. Do you think that this is going to make this any better? No, of course not, but that's not the point.
Not respond to questions about the new policies, while a Meta spokesperson referred The Intercept to comment in a blog post about the policy by Meta's global public policy head, Joel Kaplan. Kaplan wrote, quote, "We're getting rid of a number of restrictions on topics like immigration, gender identity, and gender that are the subject of frequent political discourse and debate. It's not..."
As in, we're going to allow people to politically harass people on Facebook, which was always a case anyway. Now it's just open and overt.
Not right that things can be said on TV or the floor of Congress, but not on our platforms. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker, and for all the latest updates...
Well, I mean, as it says, mental characteristics, some of these actually, insults, including those about character, included but not limited to allegations of cowardice, dishonesty, basic criminality, sexual promiscuity, and other sexual immorality, which, I mean, that's pretty standard, but mental characteristics, including but not limited to allegations of stupidity, intellectual capacity, mental illness, and unsupported comparisons between PC groups on the basis of inherent intellectual capacity. We do allow allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation. So you can't say someone is so stupid that they're mentally ill, because, you know, intellectual capacity, but you can say that someone's mentally ill because they're gay. Why don't anarchists drink Earl Grey tea? I don't know. Is that a thing? I like tea. I mean, I'm not an anarchist, but I'm closer than most. Besides this, significant changes that were also made to the hateful conduct policy. I don't believe in proper tea. Maybe it's just some anarchists, because I believe in proper tea. Removing language prohibiting content targeting people based on the basis of their protected characteristics, which include race, ethnicity, gender identity, when they are combined with claims that have or spread the coronavirus. So, like, COVID misinformation is perfectly fine, especially when it's somehow related to race or ethnicity or gender identity. That's the level of mental illness that they're trying to induce in society, by the way. Removing language prohibiting content targeting people based on the basis of their protected characteristics, which include race, ethnicity, and gender identity, when they are combined with claims that they have or spread the coronavirus. Why? Without this provision, it may now be within bounds to accuse, for example, Chinese people of bearing responsibility for COVID-19. Or, you know, let's say Hispanic people when the bird flu takes off. It's all so obvious, but nobody is reading this. None of the people that are affected by this change, people who use Facebook, which I would assume if you're watching me, you probably don't all that often. The people that will be affected by this are the people that don't read this. They have no fucking idea what's going on. A new edition appears to carve out room for people who want to post about how, for example, women shouldn't be allowed to serve in the military or men shouldn't be allowed to teach math because of their gender. Meta now permits content that argues for gender-based limitations in the military, law enforcement, and teaching tools. We also allow the same content based on sexual orientation when the content is based on religious beliefs. Another update elaborates on what Meta permits in conversations about social exclusion. It now states that people sometimes use sex or gender exclusive language when discussing access to spaces often limited by sex or gender, such as bathrooms, specific military places, schools, law enforcement, teaching roles, blah, blah, blah. This carve-out was only available for discussions about keeping health and support groups limited to one gender, which in and of itself is kind of silly, but Meta's hateful conduct policy previously opened by noting that hateful speech may promote offline violence. That sentence, which has been present in the policy since 2019, has been removed. Oh, look, the people who love stochastic terrorism don't want you to think about stochastic terrorism. You ready for the libs of Facebook account that's going to get a whole bunch of boomers to also go start, I don't know, calling in bomb threats to schools? It's disgusting. And it's not just Meta, by the way. Every other company is following suit.
Tonight, a major change-up in the corporate world as tech behemoths Amazon and Meta are dialing back their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Anti-DEI activist Robbie Starbuck recently telling CNBC,
they're causing division employee on employee, and you're losing money.
Amazon saying in a recent memo, we've been winding down outdated programs and materials. And Meta told employees Friday, given the shifting legal and policy landscape, the company is changing DEI programs focused on hiring, training, and picking suppliers.
The fact that the argument around DEI has gotten so successful by the right is a testament to how weak the left is, how weak the liberal Democrats, the establishment Democrats are. Because I'm not necessarily even in favor of, what's the word for this? What's the actual word? God damn it. I'm not in favor of not direct action. Something action. What is it? Come on. Something action. Affirmative action. Affirmative action. I'm not necessarily in favor of affirmative action in all cases. I am in some. But the way that they talk about DEI and affirmative action, thank you, Shardspork, is as if it has a much larger impact than it does. It has an impact on people's lives, on the economic well-being of marginalized groups. It does not have an impact on the efficiency, the amount of effort that goes into any job, nor the amount of, I don't know, change that comes from it. It does not affect these things. It's about money. It's about getting people in jobs who don't usually have these opportunities. Now, you can have those debates, but to go around like they're doing with LA, talking about how these fires are caused because of DEI in the fire department is insane. Affirmative action is fine when there are stochastic barriers that would prevent otherwise qualified people from getting a job or being admitted to college, which there usually are. That's the thing. We have those barriers, but they like to pretend that we don't. And again, it's every accusation is a confession because as you can see it, they complain about DEI, but they want DEI. They want their own DEI. They just want only white people to get it and no one else to. They are afraid of becoming a minority in the country. They are taught to feel this way, might I add. But beyond this, I mean, they're talking about, like, they want reparations because of DEI, while they're also instituting the same policies, but just directed towards white people specifically. What's up, Art? They want DEI for stupid, bigoted white people. True.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan's podcast Friday.
It's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone. And I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. And I just think we kind of swung culturally to that part.
Had this chicken in 1908, the USA was 80% white. Today, we're 59% white. That's why you're seeing all this nonsense. Yeah, exactly. And they're afraid of that, had this chicken. But you guys don't need to be. That's the thing. I've had this discussion before on this channel, and I get a lot of flack for this, but I don't care about preserving the historical culture of a country. I don't care. Time changes all things. Culture will always evolve. You can't stop it. The only way you can stop it is to wall yourself out from the entire world, shut your eyes and ears, and then also kill all of the people that still come in anyway. That's the only actual way of doing that, which is not a good thing. They can't actually manage this. So what they do instead is they'll make people afraid of it so that they can take as much power as they can away from these marginalized groups and make sure that they never get any. It's the concept of, well, we can't stop them from coming in here. Well, at least they'll never be on our level. They'll never be our equal. I want everyone to keep fucking everyone until we're all the same race. I mean, based. I would assume that that's where we would go anyway as a society over time. If we're ever going to be an interplanetary society, what happens to race when you have people living on the moon? Are they is that their ethnicity now? Or if they're born on the moon? If you send an English person up to the moon and they have a kid, is that kid English or are they an alien? It's a stupid argument to make. Fuck Zuckerberg anyway. And well, I mean, that's true. Fuck Zuckerberg.
The kind of the spectrum where, you know, it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it completely. It's like
his comments.
Okay. Just because I'm going to talk about this on Thursday, this is kind of a good big part of the debate that I'm going to have. No one should just say something like masculinity is toxic and then not elaborate on it. And to be fair, very little people actually elaborate on it in a useful way. The same exact issue exists, but flipped, whereas men on the right think that women are toxic, that women are evil, that women are hateful and control them, but will never actually engage in a conversation. Who are you debating and what's the topic, if I may ask? I'm debating Quibbles, which is someone I've not met yet. It'll be my first time debating him. But the topic is whether or not we should have state-funded sex workers as part of the healthcare system, or rather even not just state-funded, but whether it's universal healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance. Sex workers should be covered for mental health reasons because this would lead to a lower polarization between men and women, less loneliness epidemic issues between both men and women, because there is more of a male loneliness epidemic, but women are also experiencing this. And then beyond that, I think that it would reduce the amount of mass shootings and random gender-related, sex-related violence, incel ideology, all of that would be reduced heavily. But yeah, cool. Tune in on Thursday, my time, Wednesday night, if you are in the States for that debate. And Zuck is a soulless ghoul, straight to the hole. True, Shardspork. True.
You know, it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it completely. It's like
His comments come as tech giants appear to be trying to make inroads with the incoming president, a vocal critic of DEI policies. And following similar moves from companies like Ford, Walmart, and McDonald's. Still, some companies are bucking the trend. Costco's board urging shareholders to vote against a proposal to reevaluate its DEI policies that they say enhance our capacity to attract and retain employees and satisfaction among its diverse customer base. As the workplace...
As in, we're perfectly happy to piss off our employees and our customers because, I don't know, the big guy in Washington says so, and he'll give us tax breaks if we do it. And if not, then he'll shut us down. I feel like that sounds like a bit too much like, I don't know, Russia? But that's just me. Lord Fluffy Art, their only belief is that they should have more money and power and that policies should be in place to benefit themselves and prevent other people from getting to their level and challenging them. Yeah, exactly. It's not even just getting to their level. It's having any sort of class mobility, any upward mobility they want gone. I've been explaining the concept of the whole to my friends and family. I hope it gained traction. I mean, that is incredibly based, and I'm going to say it anyway, but I do hope it gains traction. Costco is going against what you just said. Rewatch it. Yeah, so Costco, I believe, is the only one that's actually doing the opposite.
Evaluate its DEI policies that they say. And following similar moves from companies like Ford, Walmart, and McDonald's. Still, some companies are bucking the trend. Costco's board urging shareholders to vote against a proposal to reevaluate its DEI policies.
Costco is the only one that has, I don't know, had a backbone. I think I talked about this like a week or two ago because they came out with this official, we're not doing that message. I believe it was last week. And it was shocking, but also not, because Costco is one of the only ethical-ish, close to companies that we have.
They say enhance our capacity to attract
Maybe not
and
ethical, but they kind of at least give a shit about their community.
retain employees and satisfaction among its diverse customer base as the workplace sees a new wave of scrutiny.
Yeah, I'm sure you can
Emily
think of a few more.
Ikeda, NBC News.
I'm sure we can think of a few more, but they are a major one. And so I want to talk about what's actually causing this problem, right? Because what's causing this problem is not the fact that white people are being discriminated against. It's not something like, I don't know, there is a cabal of behind-the-scenes actors making sure that the white race is being exterminated. This is all insane, like schizophrenia. The real answer is it's the politicians that are benefiting from it and their propaganda. If you raise the price of that fucking hot dog, I will kill you. Yes, that's what the CEO of Costco had said. That was what I covered. If you can link me that article, that'd be great, Lord Fluffy Art, if you find it. This is the real reason why we're having this conversation.
Well, I mean, it's almost impossible to avoid him, and he has enormous power because of his money, and B, his reach to people who have been
Actually, wait, apologies, sorry. This is half the problem.
Over the last 5 years or so that the mainstream media hasn't covered any stories, and that the only people who've noticed anything happening in the world are people sitting in their bedrooms sending messages to each other. It's an amazing feat of deception.
Look, this was actually supposed to be the next video, but let me just tie it in really quickly. The same issues of DEI policies that we're talking about in the United States are the same issues that people like Elon Musk are trying to spread to Europe, to places like the UK, to Germany, to France, to Italy. Not to say France and Italy are pretty much already there. What's up, Suckle Dragon? And so this is the real cause of concern. This is where these ideas are being spread and being normalized. This is exactly what they did in the United States. And then this is exactly what they're doing in Europe. But again, this is only half the problem.
And I think we should have got on to him early on when he quite gratuitously called...
Oh, and yes, regarding Costco. Costco co-founder told CEO he would kill him if the price of the hot dogs went up. The deal has been $1.50 for decades. I came to Senegal and once I said, Jim, we can't sell this hot dog for $1.50. Jelenik said, according to 425 Business, quote, we are losing our rear ends. And he said, if you raise the price of that fucking hot dog, I will kill you. Figure it out. And that's all I really needed. Good. I like that.
Someone who was trying to help those boys in Thailand, a paedophile, an American court let him off, the pedo guy. And,
wait. What are we
think we should have got on to him early on when he quite gratuitously called someone who was trying to help those boys in Thailand, a paedophile, an American court let him off, the pedo guy. I think he thought from then on, I can say anything I like. It doesn't have to be true. It's better if it's not true. And no one will stop me. And that's what's happened.
We've seen lots and lots of powerful media figures over the decades and centuries, probably the Rothermeres and the Murdochs and so forth. But we have never had somebody like this.
No. That's bullshit. You saying we've never seen anything like this. But Murdoch has been doing exactly this for a very long time. Imagine going into mainstream media to complain about mainstream media. Literally. I mean, I would. If they would have me on mainstream media, I would go and complain about mainstream media.
Who is tweeting, speaking in his own name several times a day, many times a night.
No, I mean, and it's not merely that he's a sort of a classic social media adolescent who hasn't grown up. I mean, the temper tantrums, the lack of responsibility. Yeah, I mean, the whole business was set up by a group of ungrown-up men. who are now...
The entirety of Silicon Valley is men children. Children in their minds, but men as adults. Elon Musk, more like fat old husk. I mean, true.
Running companies in their own image. And to see them now sucking up to Trump when they were quite happy not to suck up to him before, purely on the grounds that this is to their commercial advantage.
It's because they're losers.
No morality.
They have no morality, exactly, but they also have no beliefs. They are absolute losers. They don't care about anything. They don't believe in anything. They only think about themselves and their immediate success, their immediate consequences to their actions for themselves personally. Donald Trump hated Elon Musk for a very long time. Even just a couple months before Elon started supporting Donald Trump talked shit about Elon regularly. But when it comes down to needing money and needing the support, everyone bends the knee to the wallet. It is the oligarchy who's in charge, and the oligarchy is run by failed sons, man-childs, and retards. So...
At all. Literally none.
And if we're having this conversation 48 hours ago, we would have said, well, in the end, it's only one organisation, it's only one part of social media, it's only X. But since then, Zuckerberg... $250 million. I hate that everyone cites the number as $250 million because they don't count the buy of Twitter into it. It was absolutely related. $44 billion he paid for Twitter. Elon Musk paid for Twitter. Twitter is worth a fraction of that now. Worth happening. Let me see. I think it's like 9.4 billion. So, I mean, you think that someone goes and spends $44 billion on a social media company, which will proceed to in the next year make what, like a $35 billion loss in the overall value of the company, and then also spend money on the election? He bought it to buy the election, exactly. So when people say Elon Musk spent $250 million to buy the election, I still think that's wrong. It's $44.5 billion, or $44.25 billion that he spent to buy the election. And by the way, he didn't just spend his own money with that. One of the largest financiers in the buying of Twitter by Elon Musk was the Saudi royal family. So... who has Facebook and Instagram and Threads, has come and done exactly the same thing, saying he is going to mimic Musk in effect.
Yes, and I mean the idea that you have this vastly powerful organisation...
You don't even have a choice to mimic Musk anymore. Like, I'm sorry I keep cutting it off, but they're making some valid points here that really need to be... we need to go deeper into them. No company has a choice anymore in whether or not they want to do this, because not only will they be attacked by the federal government, by the FCC, the FTC, but also net neutrality is dead. So let's say they manage to, I don't know, get through the legal bullshit because they're based outside the US. Well, then ISPs can just throttle the bandwidth to that site and prevent you from getting onto it. They can make it, they can outright just block it if they want to, but they can make it miserable for you to use just because they feel like it. If you don't bend the knee, you don't even get seen.
And about 5 minutes ago, it was very important for you to have moderators and fact checkers. And now, because you want to suck up to Trump, you don't, is appalling. And Bezos is exactly the same. His newspaper in the States has just pulled a cartoon. You can see where I'm coming from.
As if the fact checkers even really did all that much on Facebook either way.
Yeah, in which all the tech bros are seen worshipping at the shrine of Trump. And then the newspaper, oh no, we can't publish this. It's repetitive.
It's not worshipping at the shrine of Trump. They're like, even this guy, like, he's doing a good job, but this is incorrect. Nobody gives a shit about Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't matter. It's the shrine of money, of capitalism. They're all bending the knee to their god, which is money. Buying a country worth a minimum of $23.2 trillion with $44 billion seems like a pretty good deal to me. I mean, yeah, I feel like maybe that shouldn't be legal. But understand, it's not, no one cares about Donald Trump. No one even really cares about power. When we're talking about these technocratic oligarchs, half of them want the world to end. They're all accelerationist, Curtis Yarvin, like schizophrenics. So it's not worshiping at the shrine of Trump. It's worshiping at their own shrine. They want to accelerate the decline of society because they think that they're going to build the better one afterward. People like Peter Thiel, who we've watched say this. People like Elon Musk, who we've also read and watched say this, are the people in charge.
It's boring. We don't want to publish this. I mean, who do they think they're
it was always that way, Lord Fluffy Art. You just couldn't buy America up until recently.
An era of total fatuity.
This is a real problem for everyone involved in journalism and involved in politics. You either suck up to Musk or you're abused by Musk. Neither of these things are terribly attractive. He is already tweeting approvingly what Kemi Badenoch has been saying in the House of Commons a couple of hours ago, for instance.
Yes,
so
if anyone doesn't know about, like, Dark Enlightenment, which is it's the Curtis Yarvin bullshit schizophrenia that half of the technocrats believe. That's the link for it. You can have a look. There's a lot out there.
This goes on and on.
Yes, I was very excited that he's supporting Kemi Badenoch, because that means presumably by the time...
The rest of this will be mostly, I believe, about England, but I do want to add in really quickly that at the moment, at least, the vast majority of the British public dislikes Elon Musk, so maybe the misinformation might have a lesser effect, but then again, the English have kind of already lost their minds, so they might just take bits and pieces that they prefer from the misinformation and still continue to deny any of the real information. I'd almost prefer feudalism because you'd at least tell the landlord to fuck off and invade you and your dumb peasantry to follow you into a nice certain death. I would literally prefer monarchy to oligarchy because at least it's one guy who has to at least attempt to pretend to give a shit because it's just one guy. We've taken out monarchs before with uprising. It's a lot harder when it's an oligarchy.
People hear this, he'll have attacked her. It is the only positive sign is that the ridiculous Musk-Farage falling out may be a preview of a Musk-Trump falling out.
Well, I think
absolutely going to happen behind the scenes, but that's already happened. Donald Trump took Elon's side in the MAGA war. Like, the MAGA versus tech war is still ongoing. In fact, I have a couple links about it. Don't know if we'll get to it today, but Trump picked Elon's side. Trump hated H-1B visas. His main base, the Nazi base inside of MAGA, was very mad at Elon and expected Donald Trump to come and side with them. And he went out and said, no, I've always loved H-1B visas, when a year ago he was talking about how he hated them. It's comical. However, it is also funny to me that Elon Musk has a lower approval rating in the UK than Nigel Farage does.
That's the only possibility, is that he is going to blow up. Possibly, I mean, he's got J.D. Vance to contend with, who also thinks that he's vice president, and that's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Even remembers J.D. Vance.
And
Where
I
has he
think
been?
Musk has just noticed that quite a lot of MAGA supporters don't like immigrants, including ones from South Africa and India and the rest of the tech boys. They don't want these visas to go through.
It's not just about wanting the immigrants, of course.
And they're racist in a very particular way, which isn't entirely to Musk's taste.
They're all racist, including Elon Musk. Again, his grandparents were literally Nazis, and his parents were, at least his mother would have been pro-apartheid. I'm pretty sure his dad is a piece of shit too. So it's not even about not realizing that MAGA's racist. It's that he's racist in the way of, I want to enslave these people. And he's arguing with the part of MAGA who just doesn't want them in the country, even if they're slaves. Lord Fluffyar, and the reason why I say it's worth a minimum of 123.2 trillion is because the US has assets worth 269 trillion and has debt of 145 trillion. If you exclude the debt, which, I mean, yes, that I figured that's kind of where that number came from. It tracks with other numbers that I've seen. Them talking about J.D. Vance kind of shows that they don't understand much about US politics. Well, they don't. This is the English.
So we can't...
They think that Trump is important.
Ignore him. We can't mimic him. We can only sit him out.
I think you...
So we can drop it there because the rest of that doesn't apply. For all intents and purposes, Elon Musk is the president and Donald Trump is the VP. So this was half of the issue when it comes to rhetoric around DEI, exclusion, racism, even in either case, whether it's the right doing it or how the right perceives the world and their fantasy of us attacking them, the delusional thoughts of DEI being systemically used to eradicate the white race. Half of it comes from there. The other half comes from here.
I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to think that the unholy triangle of oligarchy, currently consisting of the politician, the billionaire, and the grifter, isn't the main problem we have to deal with. I don't think Elon Musk or Donald Trump or Nigel Farage or Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate or any of these circus performers in the alt-right vaudeville.
Circus performers is the best way to describe them, by the way. What's up, Zach?
I don't think any of them are, in fact, the real threat.
I mean, they are a threat, but they're not the main threat.
I think it's their supporters. I think their supporters and the putrid stench of brain rot that emanates from them, they're the real problem. It's these men. And they are nearly...
And before we continue, remember this is not an innate problem, this is manufactured.
They're the real problem. It's these men. And they are nearly always men. That whenever these Pied Pipers blow their whistle, they stand to attention, ready to follow their masters off a cliff by dying on a hill for them in the comment section, or perhaps sending some hate mail to Jess Phillips, or whatever it is.
Or perhaps, you know, sending bomb threats to schools and hospitals because someone on social media that they trust told them to. One of these circus performers, more like, I don't know, going out and doing domestic terrorism because they get caught up in the Twitter threads.
You know, they'll do it.
Geez, do you stream like all night instead of during the day? I don't know how you do that, Zach. I get up and my morning is stream, and then I chill out and go to sleep for the afternoon and evening.
Why do they do it? There's nothing in it for them as individuals.
This is key.
These stupid men line up in droves to do their master's bidding because it makes them feel strong. That's why.
That right there is the key. And I've been saying this for a while, in that when we refer to the right as dangerous, when you call them Nazis and fascists and talk about how scary they are, it makes them feel good. Not necessarily the people spreading it at the top, but the average person, their supporters. They like feeling this way. Remember after the election, when the video from Nick Fuentes came out, the Your Body, My Choice video, and then a whole bunch, and immediately following the election when we found that young people swung right as well, the main conversation, the discourse, the rhetoric was young men saying, oh, well, we're evil. You said that we're evil, so we're evil. It made them feel powerful. It made them feel good. It made them feel like part of a community. That is the greatest danger, is that they cannot find any community besides the circus performers that they're following. And they like doing it because it makes them feel powerful. It's the idea of they think that they are the counterculture. That's why they win, by the way. It's that they think that they are the counterculture. What's up, Sister Doll? Yeah, I sleep during the day. Works good for now. How life is set up at the moment, but as well as viewers, but not ideal. I see. Yeah, I feel like I should probably have a look at what my streaming time is. I could change that around, but I do like my system the way that it kind of is set up as it is. Viewership, though, wise, I don't know. Middle of the night might do better. The urge to Fed post and say something about Nick Fuentes is immense. Yeah, please don't, but I totally understand it. If it makes you feel any better, he got doxxed afterward. He went around complaining about how he can't be safe. He doesn't feel safe in his home because strangers might show up at his door at any point in time. It was very funny.
Because it makes them feel strong. That's why. You see, weak, stupid men have always done this.
It's not just men, by the way, but
in order to get a residual sense of strength and a feeling of power, they'll follow a winner, or whoever they perceive to be a winner. And they'll do so blindly and with loyalty. And there isn't a combination of words in the English language, there isn't a burden of evidence that you can provide to get them to see sense and change their minds.
So that's not what they want.
They won't do it because they lack sense. They have the critical thinking capacity of a cucumber, and
This is true. And there are other reasons for that too. The next thing is the third part of the unholy triangle for the supporters. We have the oligarchs at the very top. We have their desire to feel powerful, and then we have their education.
They've never had an original thought.
No, you're allowed to say that it's like, well, I mean, it's not good that he got doxxed, but you're allowed to say good that he's suffering. You're allowed to enjoy bad people suffering, Lord Fluffyard. There's nothing wrong with that.
The only way you can get them to change course,
the consequences of their own actions, especially.
This sort of sycophantic, desperate, shameless devotion to be associated with weakness.
They are. They're weak. It's cringe.
So every time you see somebody desperately trying to defend Elon Musk or Nigel Farage, whoever it is, next time you see someone doing that, I want you to tell yourself, there's a weak man, every time. Because if enough of us believe that this is weak man behaviour that they're engaged in, eventually that notion will seep through into their skulls.
I agree entirely with this, and it goes into what I've been saying of stop calling them Nazis, call them cringe, make them look like idiots, make them look weak. But yeah, call them weak men. Weak man energy.
And hopefully it'll kind of put a few of them off.
What's up, Iodine and Borderline? I mean, honestly, even say that to women. Say that you have weak man energy. Any variant of it. You just have to talk to them in a way that makes their message seem weak. And you know what? Do it. Lord Fluffyard, yeah, call them women. I don't give a fuck. That's the thing. They're perpetuating misogyny on a level beyond comprehension. So using some of that against them isn't going to do all that much more damage. I wish we didn't have to resort to unkindness, but shame is one of the only things that they respond to. Shame is the only feeling that can break through. It is true. Like, I wish we didn't have to resort to unkindness. I wish we didn't have to resort to using their tactics. I wish I could just, I don't know, talk about reality and show people data and information and them have, I don't know, a thought occur in their brain for a moment. But no, call them limp. Exactly. You have to bully them. You have to use the tactics they used. Their mind has been blocked off from anything else. They seem to react a lot to being called an incel. They do. They don't like it, but they also call themselves an incel. How do you shame them, the shameless? By creating shame. You don't have to shame them on something they would feel ashamed for. You shame them based on something their audience will find shameful. And then they will have to respond to their audience. You message according to not who you're talking to, but the people that are going to view it. If you call them cringe and weak, when they're doing something scary, shamelessly disgusting, instead of jumping onto how bad it is, how many people this will affect, if you very shortly and succinctly, and especially in a funny manner, manage to discredit them by either emasculating them, by invalidating a single part of their argument, and then ending that with calling them weak, pussy, a woman, cringe, any of that variety will shame them. They might not have shame that they produce, but they will feel shame when their audience starts agreeing with the messages that they don't agree with, the message that is the opposition to the person that you're talking to. They don't want the audience to agree. So work towards that. And plus, again, the people that we're referring to here, the people that this video is about, they are not the majority of the country. You know what? Do it, Lord Fluffy Art. I approve. I approve. Because they're not the point. They are not even the largest voting populace. There's more than 150 million Americans that just don't pay attention to politics, that don't care. Pay attention to them. Trump won, what, 75 million votes? If you, I don't know, get the average person out of the 150 million who cannot give a fuck about politics because it's either depressing or they think that they have no ability to enact any change, get them interested and see how quickly the landscape shifts. Only thing Yanks care about is money, and most don't even have much. Jennifer, that's the entire world. That's the issue, is the hyper-fixation on money, especially by those at the top. But also, you are right that the vast majority of the middle class, mostly America, no, I would say everybody, Jennifer, capitalism is a global issue, at least in the West. I don't know where you live, but Australia, England, France, Germany, Italy, America, all of these, even Canada, is all money-centric. It's the profit incentive is the only incentive under capitalism. That's the only possible outcome here, is profit. In America, companies are like, if you're the CEO of a corporation, you are legally obligated to make decisions that will benefit the company, even at the loss of social good. Greed is in everyone, but I don't believe that either. I don't think anyone is innately greedy. I don't think anybody is innately greedy. I believe America is more greedy, and I do agree with you that Americans don't have a sense of loss, a sense of lacking. They've never had to, at least the modern American, mostly, has not had to endure hardship. And again, we're not talking about the poor. The poor are a different story, but the middle class, they think that they can become one of the billionaires, one of the elites. They can never do that. Even if you have millions of dollars, you are still more likely to end up homeless than you are to end up as a billionaire. But this is still an issue all over the world because people are taught this. They're taught that your only incentives should be to make money, to get into a good job. Nobody focuses on community. It's all individualism. And I've been saying this for a while now. You can't have only community-centric or only individualistic societies. You need to balance both. The improvement in living standards for the community benefits the individual. The improvement of the individual's life, in turn, benefits the community. Look at the wildfire example. The poor are being ignored. Yep, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to exactly that. And I agree with you. I just don't think that this is a specifically America issue. I think that this is a global issue. And I think that it's not based on innateness. It's not, people aren't born greedy. People in a vacuum are not anything. You develop based on the material conditions you exist in, and you behave according to how you were taught to engage with those material conditions. It is all about education, childhood, healthcare, all of this, and media for a large portion of it. But the people on the right, the insane ones, it is about power.
That's what we need to do.
They would sacrifice money for power.
Stop buffering, trying to show them facts and evidence and logic and all the rest of it, because it hasn't worked.
Nope.
Change the vibe.
Go watch my video on don't play defense and control the conversation.
Make everybody believe that they're weak, because they are. And eventually they'll try and disassociate themselves from their own weakness. Anyway.
That's the hope, because the other alternative is much darker, and it's that they dissociate themselves from reality more than they already have. Now, we've covered the first two causes here, right? What's point number 3? Well, as I said before, it's education. So, the OECD study that recently came out about adult literacy, which I do have right here. We'll go into it in a second, but I think that it's quite interesting, and I think that this absolutely ties in, and it is intentional, by the way. People wouldn't desire billions if they didn't believe that what they have now isn't enough. Many times they don't have enough money to survive comfortably without significant pain. But, I mean, this is true in that The poor in America are fucked. It is incredibly difficult to live if you're poor. If you're working one full-time minimum wage job, you probably can't even afford housing most of the time, depending on where you live. Secondly, though, it's that the middle class, the working class, the people that have a little bit but not a lot, their life is still their quality of life is still exponentially higher than the vast majority of the planet, but they don't know that. They don't know how to conceptualize this. The Americans have no free healthcare or education. I mean, we had free education. They're about to cut it. We've had free education since the very beginning. And we'll see about that, Jennifer. Nay, we won't for a while, but these are idiots, and the idiots will fuck up eventually. Majority of people who have enough feel like they need more. I am one of those, and that's the other issue. But let's get through literacy first. No, not to university level, that's true. So, this is for England, by the way. The literacy scores have gone down from 2012 to 2013, the drop in every category, every age range. Now, if you're wondering what is the relative score to compare to, right? Countries outperforming England, blah, blah, blah. What is the scores in each domain are on a scale of 0 to 500. Comparison between scores should be made relative to other participating countries rather than across domains. Cool. So, out of 500, England has dropped since 2012 in every age bracket. Just because it's worse somewhere else doesn't mean we can't demand it be better here. This is true. Now, take this, right? By the way, this is, I believe, yeah, the vast majority of OECD countries. So literacy is going down everywhere. But apply that to the United States. Also significantly dropping, also below the average. They're going to cut this even more. I disagree entirely, Jennifer. I think we need Finland's system because, as you can see, the highest ranking countries when it comes to literacy, I believe it's actually, give me a second. Ranking. This is a very, very long article, so just give me a second. According to the findings, 20% of Americans have the lowest possible rating. So, Table 9, responses, rates for participating countries. Okay, that's response rates. Unimportant. We know how uneducated people vote. My wife is a teacher and I'm a librarian. I have been for 15 years. The amount of loans in our system has dropped 60% in that time. Jesus Christ, headless chicken. Lord Fluffy, are uneducated people vote for whoever can lie to them the most? Or rather, whoever can lie to them the most convincingly, I would say. When you live in a world where all your knowledge is always available at your fingertips, why invest time gathering knowledge? The decline is logical. Well, it's rational, but it's not logical. The issue being all of the information that's been available to us at our fingertips is A, difficult to find, B, difficult to source through, but C, the vast majority of people can't even fucking read the data. Finland has the highest degree of life satisfaction based on other OECD countries. They also have the higher literary scores. The example of the Chinese system is just, I don't know, how do I say this? The Chinese system is not useful because of the cultural differences, Jennifer. And you say the US is way down educationally, but we're still ranked higher than the UK and Australia. So It's not even most convincingly, it's who makes them feel the best. That's true, Headless Chicken. It's just who makes them feel the best. Give someone to point the blame to. The West teaches kids, West teaches useless things, and the Chinese teach math and science to kids. Motherfucker, we teach math and science in school too. I went to public school. I learned biology. I learned all kinds of maths. I took chemistry. I took physics. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure that's... Can you cite me that? Give me a citation that shows me that America has a lower degree of education, or literacy rather, than China. Because this is just OECD, so it's not going to be on this document. Patterns of performance in literacy, numeracy, and adaptive problem solving in England are compared with all other participating countries: Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United States, other English-speaking countries, high-performing Northern European countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Ireland, Norway, Sweden, for literacy and numeracy. We also compare outcomes with Cycle 1, so Cycle 1 being the 2012 variant of it. STEM is absolutely pushed hard. Yeah, definitely, like, link that, please, Jennifer. Like, if you're going to make a claim, you have to back it up with something. Now, I agree with you that we're going in that direction, that they're absolutely going to cut all that funding. But I don't agree with you that that's how it's been already. I mean, the OECD average is 260, and we're at 258 as of 2023. It's not going to get better when they cut all of the funding. And in relation to something that was said earlier, which is, what was the exact quote? I just want to make sure I get it right. Part of the problem being there are people who have a lot but still want more. And as we've discussed, I mean, too much money after a point makes you mentally ill. It doesn't make you happy. Look at this. Where's the link? You telling me something I don't care about. I want a link. I want data to read.
Once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where, say, above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%?
Look, really quickly, starting that off, it's not just about you don't gain incremental happiness after a certain amount of money. It actually does the opposite. They just can't say it. It's negative returns. It brings your happiness down once you pass that money. Thank you for an actual link. I do appreciate that. I would say the reason for the lack of schooling in China is poverty. So many become slaves for pennies. Children are then forced to work and support the family. Well, the thing is, there is plenty of schooling in China now. And the poverty has greatly diminished over time, though their economy is also not particularly stable. The issue when it comes to their education is that it's exploitative in not only the systems of education, but the intended systems of what they're educating for. They're teaching people to be smart, but they're teaching people to be smart and obedient and specifically smart in a way that benefits the state. He included the 80s, which is really factually incorrect. Yeah, I mean, that they have to. They have to lie at least a little bit. Hold on. Media bias fact checker.
Because the difference between $30,000 a year for a household and $50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household.
Cool. All right, good. This is a factual link. Thank you. Just got to make sure. So, most educated populations in the world. When was this written, by the way? This article is from... Oh, whatever. Either way, we're not up on this list. Australia's up on this list. China's not up on this list, though. And that's the thing, is they don't want you to be educated because you being educated means you won't be obedient. I was having a look. China is building new train cities every month. Yeah, I know, but half those cities are empty because nobody moves to them because they build giant mega cities in the middle of nowhere. But you guys are getting off topic. Pay attention. We're talking about how money doesn't make you happy.
Low-income kids
after you have enough money to live, yeah.
Low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making $10 million a year and $15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street.
Okay, first, I do love that we're talking about revolution against the bourgeoisie on MSNBC. Big fan. But you're incredibly correct, Zach. Their schools create class distinctions. That's the point of them. That's why I don't like their school system. An educated populace is hard to control. Jump fee, but Xiaomi builds EV cars now, and EV cars are also bad for the environment. They're not any better for climate change at all than petrol. The use of the cars themselves, sure, they are, less polluting, but to make them, you have to essentially produce the same amount of pollution in getting those rare earth minerals out, the lithium, the cobalt. The EV solution is not the real solution.
Higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making $10 million a year and $15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it, or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions.
That's my problem with them too, Jennifer. I'm a socialist, an actual one. They pretend to be communist and then have the biggest market economy. They get to fuck China.
To correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in
Luigi was a movement. Again, we're talking about revolution against the wealthy on MSNBC.
Office.
I have the link for that you sent from Waltzker that I was going to have a look at in a second, but
is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. There. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
True. I don't think it's a movement yet, but we're certainly headed in that direction, Zach, because both the left and the right are talking about class consciousness. Education will not make you rich. We're not talking about making you rich. And first of all, I don't want people like Zuckerberg. I dropped out of university. What the fuck are you talking about, Jennifer? Are you literally retarded? I don't believe in billionaires. I literally want to take all of their money away from them, and I want to take their companies away from them. I don't believe in private property. Fucking capitalists over here. Look at the tax rates that we used to have. We used to tax 91%, 94 for the total top rate in 1944. We need to go right back there. I mean, to be fair, I did drop out of high school and get a GED. You don't sound like an anti-capitalist, but, maybe we just have some differing opinions. I respect that. The fact that the top tax rate, it's 37% at the moment, which nobody pays. Nobody paying that tax rate. Companies that paid $0 in taxes. How many of them? Oh, 55. Here we go. This one's 2020. This one's 2022. Here's another one. Get these open. 55 of the largest corporations in America paid no federal corporate income taxes in their most recent fiscal year, enjoying substantial pre-tax profits in the United States. Remember, we're giving these fuckers a $1 trillion tax cut in a month. On top of this, food conglomerates enjoyed $438 million in pre-tax income last year and received a federal tax rebate of $164 million. Do they pay it? The company's avoiding income taxes. Okay, so these guys paid no tax and still got money out of it. FedEx zeroed its federal tax income on $1.2 billion. Nike didn't pay any taxes for its $2.9 billion. The Dish Network didn't pay any taxes for its $2.5 billion. It's evil. They hate you. All of these every single one of these companies hate you. Genuinely, they want you to suffer. They don't pay tax, and we're cutting their tax soon, then that does nothing, clearly. Well, it doesn't do nothing. What it does is it makes you pay more. Them cutting their taxes is just them raising your taxes. They're cutting the taxes of the people who don't pay taxes, but they're also raising yours, so that part still applies. What's up, Wick? Good to see ya. I mean, 2021, Amazon paid 6% taxes. 6%. It affects smaller companies, right? Yeah, it does. It does affect smaller companies. The way that these tax loopholes work require you to have investments, require you to have capital invested in something. You need assets. And that money gets hidden away in offshore bank accounts, companies that are made overseas, in conglomerates. There are sub-companies under the major company that's hiding some of the money. Like, they play a game here. And they're winning. And we're going to give them even more money. It's actually psychotic, but it is what it is. Also, they can buy other companies so they don't pay taxes, just builds monopolies. Yeah, exactly. Now, I just want to see, have you guys seen this yet? Before we start talking about California, I feel like maybe it might be good to get this down. It's like we forgot the lessons from Upton Sinclair and the others. Headless Chicken, we absolutely did, and they would burn the jungle in school libraries if they get the chance. I mean, they will, rather, not if they would. They actually genuinely probably will. And again, it's not just forgetting our history. I mean, I talked about this a little bit, but the period between 1917, 1919, and 1942, tax rates should be taken with a grain of salt. We were fighting a fucking war. I do understand that. But at the same time, pre-FDR, there was thousands of strikes, physical fighting, battles between the working class and the owners of the industries. And we forgot all of that. I'm going to do like a thing on it this week, probably Friday, I would say, a little bit of a research stream into some of the larger protest movements that we had during the Gilded Age of the United States, which is what the right wants to return to. They talk about returning to the Gilded Age, which is back in the day when we had monopolies, when we had the, like, muckraker was the term that was invented for journalists, because they would be going and looking at all the disgusting shit these companies did and putting it out for everyone to see. This is when we broke up the monopolies in the railroads, in like coal mining industries, in fuel, everything. We used that period of time to fight for labor rights. The reason that you have a 5-day work week is because of the people who fought during this time. And this is what the state did. Criminal syndicalism, true. Defined as a doctrine of criminal acts for political, industrial, and social change, these criminal acts include advocation of crime, sabotage, violence, and unlawful methods of terrorism. Criminal syndicalism's laws were enacted to oppose radicalism economically, which is exactly what they're going to do now. What do you think the corporate tax bracket should look like, roughly? I mean, we'd agree. I mean, to be fair, if you're asking me my actual opinion, I don't believe in corporations existing. I don't believe in private property. So, 100%. But let's say in our current system, I would want them to be paying, at minimum, if you make $100 million or more, you should be paying 90% of that in taxes. And we should close every loophole to prevent people from being able to get around that. 90% of $100 million a year is more than enough money than these people even should have. So that would be my argument. I would argue lower the taxes of everyone else and raise the taxes of the 1%. There are 3,000 billionaires in the United States. Elon Musk has half $500 billion. He should not have that much money. If you tax him 90% and honestly redistribute some of those assets, I think we could make this, like, not only the country significantly happier, better, smarter, healthier, which I think I said happier, not healthier, but you get what I mean. This money could be used for good, but instead it sits in the bank accounts of rich assholes who become psychosis is produced from this. Tax rates between the poor and the wealthy have never been this close since we started taxing income. It's worse now than during the French Revolution. We used to eat people when it got this bad. Not saying that you should, but more productive, happier, fitter. True, yeah. CEOs should not have their incomes tied to stock performance too. I mean, to be fair, I also don't think stocks should exist. I want a state that is owned by No. I want no capital. Capital's gone entirely. And I don't want the state to own anything. I want I want a decentralized state with a centralized, no power holding bureaucratic superstructure above the decentralized states that exist to pass along information, that exists to help the different decentralized states do what they need to do, but in and of itself, the bureaucracy doesn't have power. The power is held by direct democracy. I just think capital needs to disappear. I think the existence of capital, it begs the existence of a capital class. Need a total cultural change. People are indoctrinated that think that wearing a Rolex makes you a good person. I've been saying this for a while. We need a cultural revolution, not in the Maoist way. We need one we need liberation of all people, collective liberation of the entire working class, including that of children, of women, of ethnic groups, of... Can Elon please stop influencing our upcoming elections? No, sorry. It's gonna be, it's just funny that the Socialdem bit isn't gonna happen. I mean, yeah, it's not. We need ideological warfare, and that's what I'm trying to explain, is they hate you. Remember, look, I linked the Dark Enlightenment bit earlier when we were talking about how the technocrats, the Silicon Valley cringe retard losers, all want to accelerate the decline of society because they think that they can build a better society afterwards. I mean, it's not like that's a secret. There's videos of them saying it personally. They hate you. They want you to suffer. I'd be fine with upward class warfare, but I'm also mad and pissed off. I mean, it's kind of where it's headed. And I still don't think that a violent revolution will happen in the U.S. in our lifetimes. I just don't think it'll be the left that starts it. I think the right will. So our best bet at the moment is to normalize this kind of rhetoric, to make it somewhat common. Talk about things in this manner, the class warfare upwardly, stop calling them Nazis and fascists and start calling them cringe, loser, weak men, retards, etc., etc. Because when they have their violent revolution, if we can seem like, I don't know, the people who make sense, the people who aren't insane, then we will have more support from the general population.
Now, with evidence that climate change has played a significant role in the Los Angeles fires, new figures show that last year was the hottest year since records began.
As every year, but
climate monitoring body Copernicus found temperatures were 1.6 degrees higher than the pre-industrial average. It said
the top tax rate should be as high as our percentage of the population. We are at 99%. They should pay 99%. I agree. That's a good one. I like that. Now, guys, this is pretty fucked. We have finally, we've passed the 1.5 degrees Celsius barrier. So enjoy. Climate change is here now. It's here to stay. We probably could, it's not over. We're not cooked just yet. We probably could do something about this, but we're not necessarily going to. Not America, at least. Maybe the rest of the world will chip in and not kill the planet. Also, did you hear about Trump post about Jeffrey Sachs? No, but I can look it up.
The Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees to avoid the worst effects of global heating was in danger of being permanently breached. Let's speak to climate scientist Ella Gilbert, who works in the Antarctic. Ella, I mean, looking at the pictures from Los Angeles and hearing this number, how worried are you?
We're almost at geoengineering level of cooked. Schwarzfork, I was going to save this one for later, but we really are that level of cooked. Why don't they use geoengineering like cloud seeding to bring rain down on the wildfires in California? For Marjorie Taylor Greene. First of all, like, cloud seeding doesn't work that way. And two, there's a reason we try not to do that, because it's difficult to predict what happens after. But yeah, they are cooked. You know the answer. This is some land grab to build multifamily dwellings and remake the city before the Olympics. FYI, it's now against LA ordinance to build or rebuild single-family dwellings. Good! Fuck your single-family houses. Fuck every one of your single-family houses, Dragonfly. I want big multi-family dwellings. I want large apartment buildings. I want LA to be a city like New fucking York or any other real city in the world, instead of just flat expanse of, I don't know, blight. That's what I've been saying. They could make it rain, but they won't do it. Why? This is what they think. What of those who do not want to live in the cities? There's rural areas for you to go to, but living in cities at the moment is like, the cities are built poorly. I want cities where you can get everything you need within a 15-minute walk radius of your house. I want you to be able to have access to everything in these cities. It's incredibly dangerous, by the way, to try and make it rain like this, Shards. Yeah, exactly, you're right. Cloud seeding is debated constantly as working or not working, Sentient Juice Slave, because we don't actually do it in a way that is controllable. We could, but we might be wrong, and it might have catastrophic outcomes because of it, so we try not to. There was one point where the US tried to rain seed to stop a hurricane. It was one of the first cloud seeding attempts in the 60s. Yeah. I mean, did it work? Sentient Juice Slave? These people are off their... Yeah, I didn't think so. Did it make it worse? Because I would think that maybe that would be a pretty plausible outcome. Understand now, though, but because it's not just fires, it's not just hurricanes, we have now passed the first hurdle. We have warmed 1.5 degrees Celsius past industrial levels. 3 degrees Celsius is catastrophic, I believe, so...
Yeah, I mean, the report you just showed was really heart-wrenching, and it shows exactly what's at stake here and exactly what we're talking about. I mean, scientists like me are quite used to seeing the numbers and seeing the data, but it's quite rare that you get such a compelling and emotional way to relate those numbers to what it actually means for people and their lives. The 1.5 degree target is what we would consider safe, and we're currently we've seen the first calendar year where temperatures were...
Guys, geoengineering requires energy, right? If the only source of energy that we're willing to use is coal and oil, how does the geoengineering make its benefit? There's talk about carbon capture, another scam. None of these things are going to be funded, invested in, or work, because they don't care.
Average across the world, 1.5 degrees above our pre-industrial limit. That doesn't necessarily mean that we've breached the Paris Agreement, because that's a more multi-year average, but it means that we're well on the way to it. And actually, we're already seeing really devastating extreme events like the wildfires in LA, like the floods we saw in Valencia last year, like the changes that we're seeing in Antarctica. We had really, really low sea ice last year and the year before, and it demonstrates how comprehensively we are changing our climate for the worse.
I suppose the last thing you want people to think when they hear 1.5 degrees...
Good idea, Lord Fluffy Art. I really do think we need to start talking about how we're better than the right, because they do it to us all the time. And as we said, I would like to not have to stoop to unkind rhetoric just because it's not useful in most cases. In this case, it's the only thing that's useful. Our music is better than yours. Look, you got Drake, we got Kendrick. Have fun. You have, like, and to be fair, that is true, because they were playing Not Like Us at the DNC, and Drake is chilling on Aiden's Ross fucking stream. So, you know, all of our art is better than theirs. They can't produce any art, Headless Chicken. I've talked about this so many times. The fascists, the right-wingers, can't produce art because art requires humanity. It requires empathy. It requires feeling, introspection, feeling. They're not people like you and I are people. They're human beings. They are human beings, but they're not people. Not like you and me, because the basis of what makes a person in our society is how we engage with other people. They have no ability to empathize with others. They're essentially just husks. They're NPCs. It's not innate. They could not be. They could be saved, some of them. Some of them are so far gone that it's not even worth the effort to take to try and save them. But that's the issue. No, they got Kanye. Kanye is like, put me in a room with Kanye for 4 days. Lock me in a room with Kanye West with a decent amount of lithium, and I will come out of that room with Comrade Yi. I take it you've gone over how the church used to refuse to let folks create realistic images because it would offend God then? I haven't, but I did recently talk about how art no longer reflects reality. Like, very, very, very often. Actually, the opposite. I can't remember the last time that I've seen art reflecting reality. Not memes. Not part of the general discourse, but art. Besides this was the first instance in years that I can really think of. This was real art that is based on what is happening outside. Art has always been a depiction of our society, our material conditions, and how we engage with them, put into a creative form. This was the first piece of art I've seen that does this in a long time. I don't know any of those songs.
Is that it's all lost. But it's all futile. This is just 1 year, and the target was regarding, as you say, a 20-year average. But what could be done, say, in the next 2 years to really make a difference?
Absolutely, and every single fraction of a degree of warming makes a difference, and every little difference that we can make that reduces emissions makes a difference. It basically means that...
I've been talking about that for a long time, Zach. I've been saying that since, I don't know, like August?
Every action that we can take, whether that's urging governments to take stronger action to reduce national or international carbon emissions, that matters. Individual actions, all of those matter. And ultimately, it has to be coming from all different sectors of society. It has to come from governments, from organizations, from businesses, all of us. And every single fraction of a degree makes a difference towards that target. And it's really clear from the sorts of events that we've seen in LA or elsewhere last year that every single 1/10 of a degree makes a difference for the number of extreme events, the number of fatalities, the number of houses lost. All of these things matter, and there are tangible actions that we can take. We know what we need to do. We need to reduce emissions. We need to implement adaptation plans so that we know what to do in the response to these sorts of events. We know what we need to do, and it's just a matter of actually doing it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, we're not doing it. Okay, so we're going to talk a bit more about climate change now, and then we're going to go into the LA fires, but I know this can be kind of, difficult to get through sometimes, a bit of a depressing topic, but I think maybe just like something cute in the middle, just as a little, I don't know, refresh, a palate cleanser. I'm going to miss Joseph Robinette Biden, not going to lie. Brandon, rather. Yeah, I do think I'm going to miss him too. He wasn't great in general. I mean, he was good domestically. He was one of the best domestic presidents that we've had for labor rights in generations, but he was still only just good. And then you have, foreign policy. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Battle Hymn of the Republic was the U.S.'s unofficial national anthem for like decades. It talks about glorious crusade against the chains of slavery and living under God. Kind of based. He was the best U.S. president since LBJ or FDR for domestic policy. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been saying. So here's our little palate cleanser. Nice little cute kitty. This, by the way, is a part of Turkey. It is in Konya. These guys are, I'm not sure if you've seen the videos, but they just like spin around in circles for an incredibly long time. It's weird. I hope this music's not copyright. They're called sushis. Thank you. Poor kitty. The poor little kitty got so scared. Sufis, right. He wasn't perfect, but he was stable and surprisingly progressive, and he was getting more progressive. Schwarzborg, the thing about Joe Biden that a lot of people misunderstand is that his actions are based off his ideology. He was progressive on labor rights because he grew up during the FDR labor movement. He ideologically believed in those like ideals. And it's the same reason that he was very, very bad when it came to Israel. Joe Biden is older than Israel. When it came to that, he ideologically was ziophilic. I can't say the Z word. He loved Israel. He wanted to, like, the other issue being that his brain had declined so far by the time October 7th happened that it wasn't even really him making the decisions. It was the advisors, and we've seen all of that, but it still falls on him, you know? When they're dancing, they're called whirling dervishes. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. But back to climate change. This is good news, though, actually. Barcelona has a unique plan of dealing with tourists that are increasing the impacts of climate change in Barcelona. And I'm really curious to know what it is because I haven't watched this yet.
City of Barcelona, thousands of protesters took to the streets last year, angry at the impact of millions of tourists on the lives of the people who live there. But as the city also battles rising temperatures, Barcelona's mayor has turned those tourist numbers to the city's advantage in its fight against global warming. Haley Yacht went to Barcelona to find out more.
Barcelona is one of the most visited cities in Europe, but some locals would prefer tourists stayed home. Like, they'd really prefer it. That's because for many of the city's 1.6
Sentient Jew slave, everyone around the world is getting absolutely sick of tourists because of how the tourists are behaving, because they're incentivized to behave in this way, because they lack empathy for other people. It's all tied together. The behavior of the average human being on this planet now is directly influenced in the same exact ways as the right wing in America. It's just to a lesser degree, and it's more impactful when it comes to interpersonal social dynamics. Anti-tourist in general, look, tourism, it can be good. It's just how it's done, where it's applied to, what are the standards, what does the country or the city that is receiving the tourists do to A, clean up, A, keep it safe, keep it stable, protect the environment from these tourists. There are things you could do. It would just require taxing the rich and implementing social programs. Oh yeah, I'd be fine if it's not commercialized, absolutely. But, you know, like, I hate that.
Million residents, tourism is seen as the reason for a growing number of problems. Around 31 million tourists visit Barcelona every year and are blamed for a housing shortage, rising prices, and changing neighborhoods.
Jump J, tourism is shitty industry. It raises the cost of living for the locals and only brings them seasonal jobs. If it's done commercially. But there are places where it's not done just commercially. There are, I mean, even really partially. Like Istanbul is a good example. Istanbul has a lot of tourists, but they don't rely solely on tourism. And there are dynamics in that city that prevent tourists from really messing with the environment. There's not really much they can do to do that. You're not driving around this city. You're taking public transport. You're not, there's things that a city can do, a country can do to incentivize growth from tourism rather than siphoning away the wealth using tourism. It destroys local industries, encourages corporations to capitalize on it. True. But what if all of that was nationalized? Then it's just good for your country. It's good for the optical vision of your country from overseas, but it's also good for you because you have to pay less taxes if all of the tourists are coming in and they are paying money to the government, not a private company. Then that is income for the state, which can then reduce your tax burden because they no longer need that much taxes from you because of the new income. And again, they should just tax the rich to do this. But let's see what they're doing in Barcelona.
It's harming the city?
Yeah. This area particularly, I live here for over 20 years. It just, slowly is getting like soulless. Yeah, I would say 50% of the buildings are here just for temporary use, for rentals.
Agnes Rodriguez was born in Barcelona, grew up here, and now organizes protests against tourism, though hers don't feature any water guns.
We have more Starbucks and more Subway and more McDonald's instead of having things that we need, like where to buy a good bread.
That's exactly as you were saying, Sentient Juice. The corporations capitalize on it. They come in and they put Starbucks in their Subway and their McDonald's, and the regional restaurants that would have existed, the small little coffee shop, they shut down. That's the issue here. You need to prevent that, and you can do that through regulations and legislation.
To buy the meat or the fish.
So it's almost
that's
not
every city,
Barcelona anymore. You've named these international companies.
Exactly, that's it. So that's the problem, that we are selling the city.
It's a trade worth making for some locals who work in hospitality and don't think all tourism is bad, like Elizabeth.
If it was like interesting, cultural, artistic, and this kind of clients, that would be much better for everybody. But people who comes only for party, drink, and just not taking care of the city, that is the
I agree. First of all, be a fucking human being. If you're going and visiting a city you don't live in, don't litter, don't make this city have to deal with you being an asshole. You are a guest in that city like you would be a guest in somebody's house. Behave in an appropriate fashion. If you wouldn't do it in a stranger's house, don't do it in a city that you've never been to. B, I agree that there could be good tourism. It just needs to be decommodified. It's worse than you think. There's actually corporations specifically made to fake local art at these places and sell it. I mean, that's just disgusting capitalism. That's the thing. All of these, though, could be limited, could be regulated, Sentient Juice Slave, and I think that would be the better way to go. Tourism is good for multiculturalism. It's good for having the narrative, being able to empathize with people on the other side of the world. It's not good at the moment because of the systems that are implemented that use tourism to exploit the population as well as the tourists.
But Barcelona also has another problem. Along with much of southern Europe, this tourism hotspot has gotten really hot. The city's become warmer and drier in recent years, with increasingly intense and dangerous heat waves and droughts. Rising temperatures have become a problem in schools, where students like sixth graders Mia and Teo struggle to learn in the heat. Can you concentrate when it's hot?
Not really, because I have to be like this, or like with a notebook.
I feel you, girl. I feel you. I'm right in the same boat right now.
Sometimes when you're like in the class and you just came out playing football, it's very hot.
Does it make it hard to then concentrate on school?
Sometimes.
Until recently.
I'm curious how they're going to tie in, like, how tourism is affecting climate change in Barcelona and what they're doing about it. But
their school, alongside many others, didn't have air conditioning or the money to pay for it.
Jesus.
But then City Hall had an idea.
The tourist tax is what the tourists that visit our city pay when they are in a hotel or in a touristic apartment.
Get tourists to foot the bill. Leah Bonet is Barcelona's deputy mayor.
That's a good system right there. I mean, again, same things that we've already covered, the decommodification of touristic areas, regulations through the state that prevent people from coming in, and like corporations from coming in and setting up their own multi-international corporations and driving out local business, prevent that, but also a tax on tourists when they pay for something in a hotel, in a touristic area, a heavily populated, heavily trafficked tourist location, a museum, or whatever it may be, is an excellent idea. Oh, thank you for the raid, Nina. I really appreciate that. Imagine if all the money gained from tourism went to welfare. Exactly. And that's why, like, the idea of using the tourist tax that they now implement in Barcelona and using that to pay for air conditioning in schools, 10 out of 10.
The possibility of using these revenues, the tourism tax,
and yes, welcome raiders.
Such a project is very important, so that we can accept the tourism in our city and the role that tourism has.
Barcelona City Hall has launched a program to install energy-efficient heat pumps and solar panels in all of the city's 170 public schools. The aim is to provide air conditioning while also decarbonizing. Over the next 6 years, the city's investing 100 million euros in the project, all, it says, raised from the tourist tax.
I think it's the best.
That's a good solution. Again, I still think that they can do more. They can do more to regulate against corporations, in multinational corporations, from coming in, setting up shop, and driving out local businesses. But yeah, this is based. You're a tourist, you go to Barcelona, you have to pay a little bit of a tax when you go to the hotel, whatever you're paying at the hotel. You go to a museum, you pay a tourist tax. All that money, welfare programs. 10 out of 10.
Best way to link tourism to a necessary fight against climate change.
Would the city be able to fund programs like this without the tourism tax?
This costs a lot, so this is a very important help.
It was billions of dollars to get air conditioning in these schools. Almost none of them had air conditioning.
Difference.
But anti-tourism activist Agnes says City Hall is missing the point.
The government should be doing it without depending on tourism. It's public health.
As Barcelona faces a warming climate...
Okay, I understand the argument that she had there. The government should be doing this instead of relying on tourism. It's public health. But you have to take consideration into what your economy is based off of. People go to Barcelona as tourists all the time. Banning the tourists is not going to give you more money to be able to implement systems of adding air conditioning to all the public schools, of adding solar panels to all of the public schools and all the roofing of government buildings. You need that money to come from somewhere. And if one of your major industries, which is at the moment a major problem, can be modified to help fix at least part of that problem, that's a good step. This is like, it's not perfect, so it's not good enough kind of whining, and I dislike that.
Without depending on tourism, it's public health.
As Barcelona faces a warming climate, she says residents should be at the center of the fight.
What happens if...
What's the substance, Oxpecker?
Barcelona continues on the trajectory it's on. What happens if nothing changes?
We will keep on demonstrating, because that has to change. We're not a theme park. We're not Disney World.
For CBS Saturday Morning, Haley Ott,
Lord Fluffy, I never think that America was the shining city on the hill in any point in time. Maybe we were close during FDR, but even then, we were never the shining city on the hill. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. So that's what Barcelona is doing in regards to climate change, in regards to the potential harm that can come from it. Let's see what we're doing.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show looking at the devastating fires in Los Angeles, where at least 10 people have died. More than 10,000 homes and offices have been damaged or destroyed. Entire neighborhoods have burned down. The death toll is expected to rise. More than 35,000 acres have already burned. The fires continue to burn due to high winds and dry conditions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, Iodine and Borderline. That was a misclick. Whatever.
The largest blaze, the Palisades fire, is just 6% contained. The Eaton fire near Pasadena remains 0% contained.
Look, I'm going to warn you right now, Anthony. You're not going to have fun for the rest of this. I do have little palate cleansers of nice things to throw in between, but no, like, we're going to talk about the fires for a bit, but we are going to cover what Hassan did, and that was amazing. I'm actually really, really impressed. This is the Hassan showing up and interviewing the firefighters that are prisoners getting paid $180 a month to do this was some of the most human shit that I've seen in years. As another Turkish New Jerseyan, hella proud. Yes, and I will cover it. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Project the cost of the fires may reach a record $150 billion. The climate-fueled fires come as scientists at the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service have confirmed last year was by far the hottest year on record, with global temperatures exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times for the first time. We're joined now by Peter Kalmus, climate activist, climate scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. He's speaking on his own behalf, not on behalf of NASA. He's just written an opinion essay for the New...
That's the prisoners they're getting nights watched. Yeah, literally. That's actually a really good comparison.
New York Times headlined, "I'm a climate scientist. I fled Los Angeles 2 years ago." He joins us now from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Peter, thanks so much for joining us today. Explain why you fled Los Angeles 2 years ago.
Just before we get into this, I just really, really want to throw in there, Australian media right now is filled with news articles of, oh my God, Los Angeles, could that happen here? How prepared are we? And the answer is it could absolutely happen in Australia, and we're not prepared at all. But like, this is not just an LA specific thing. This is not caused by, I don't know, leftist lighting fires or homeless people. I'm sure there's some instances of like idiots doing arson, because that even happens here. Whenever we have wildfires, some idiot goes and starts trying to light more fires. I'm sure that stuff is happening at a very minimal level, but this is a global issue. Let me see. Yeah, thank you, Kadiris. Not angrily, nothing makes me upset. I'm stating the incompetence from the county officials. But see, the thing is, LA County didn't really do all that much wrong here. Like, there's things that they did wrong that they could have done better, but a lot of what people have heard is also lies. Like, for example, actually, correction. I made this mistake as well. Last time we talked about this, I said that the LA Fire Department's funding was cut by $100 million. That is untrue. I mean, it is true. It's just, it was misleading, and I fell for it. What actually happened was, last year, that the budget went up by $100 million because they were doing a one-time purchase of goods, of materials that they needed. And so, showing that the, like, budget for the LAFD was cut by $100 million is showing that they're not buying the same gear that they bought last year. Their funding has actually gone up. The issues with incompetence range from, realistically, nowhere. There's nothing you could have done to prevent something like this. There's nothing you could really do. They did a lot wrong in the infrastructure. Oh yeah, with that infrastructure-wise, LA should be cities, right? They should be spending more money on clearing bush. We do this in Australia all the time, where we go and we either clear bush or we do controlled burns to prevent a wildfire from gaining fuel and getting even bigger. And that isn't happening. Do you think the fires could have been prevented without DEI hires? I think anyone who says that goes in the hole, because like, they have nothing in their brain. This fire was going to be devastating regardless if anything was stacked against them. Literally hurricane force winds. I mean, to be fair, we're not done with it yet, in fact. Just before we get into that climate scientist. So this is the fires that are currently burning as of 3:53 Pacific time. But this is the area that's at risk for fire weather until Sunday. Because the winds are going to continue to pick up. The Santa Ana winds are already rising, actually. If somebody could check to see if anything even gets, like, bad and let me know, because I'm pretty bad at keeping an eye on Twitter and all that stuff while I'm streaming. How is that even a serious question? It's not. Kadiris is just joking there, but this is insane. You guys understand how much of California that is, right? Like, that's pretty fucked. Please be safe if you are in this region, if you live in or around LA. get a go bag ready. Be ready to leave if you need to. Hopefully you won't need to. It does seem like at least for today, we might not get too much wind that's pushing the fires down towards lower Los Angeles, towards Long Beach, towards Irvine, but the fires are still burning up in the north, and they are absolutely continuing to spread, especially the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Hassan's stream is probably a fairly good source of up-to-date information on the fire. I mean, true, is he still streaming? Anthony, I could explain to fire departments how there wasn't awareness of how reserves were extremely low. The reserves are all the way, the fire hydrants in the county. This is why everything was burning. The reserves were full, Anthony. The reserves were all full. They just take, once the reserves deplete, they take time to fill up again. And while they're filling up, you cannot use them. Cool. Well, if you see anything big happening, let me know.
Oh, Amy, I just have to take a moment to, I don't know what to say anymore.
It's water pressure as well, because a lot of this is uphill. True.
I'll get to that in a second, but I just want to make sure the reason I wrote the piece was because we have to acknowledge that this is caused by the fossil fuel industry, which has been lying for
By the way, they should pay for the damages. Bernie Sanders said this during Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. The people that are causing climate change should be the ones that have to pay the bill. Why don't ExxonMobil should the damage for this fire is currently, I believe, estimated around $180 billion. Make ExxonMobil pay for it. Make BP, Shell, they can all pitch in.
Half a century blocking action. They're on the record saying that they will continue to spread disinformation and continue to attempt to block action. They've known the whole time that the planet would get hotter like this and that impacts like this fire.
Have an evacuation plan in case you need it. And again, you might not need it, but you should still have it. Also, regardless of where you live in the world, you should probably think about that maybe for like a good 15 minutes someday. Just sit and be like, all right, well, what would I do in case of a specific natural disaster in my area? Where would I go? What would I pick up? Where's all my shit? How quickly can I get to safety? Is a good question to ask yourself. It's probably gonna hit $250 billion, if not more. Yeah,
would happen. And then something I really want to...
Now at least, sorry, I keep pausing. Now at least the fires are burning away from residences for the moment at least, so it's going to cause a little bit less damage until that changes, if and when that changes.
The point I really wanted to make in the piece, which they wouldn't let me make, is that this is still just the beginning. It's going to get way worse than this. 2 years ago, 2020, when that Bobcat fire happened, the whole time I was living in Altadena, it was getting hotter and more fiery and drier and smokier, and it just didn't feel like I could stay there. Like I could, so when you have a trend line, things getting worse every year, right? Like, where's the point where it breaks?
Yeah.
Like you keep going, you keep pushing the system, getting hotter and hotter, getting drier and drier.
This is a climate scientist who used to live here. But then, it's not even just the scientist. This is FEMA. This is from a FEMA administrator. Talking about how we have a year-round fire season from now on. The reserves were not full. An investigative journalist conducted an investigation video based on why he showed the video of the entire reserves empty 4 days ago, and I'm super sad. Can you cite that, please? Because from what I know, the reserves were full. They were used very quickly, and it takes time for them to fill up again because of water pressure issues.
Deanne Criswell, thank you so much for joining us this morning. What is your top concern right now?
So I think the biggest concern that I have right now is the fact that we are still in such a dangerous situation.
I'm going to leave you guys with a little bit of a Hassan stream for a second. I got to go pee, but have a look at this.
reissued, the winds are coming back, and we still want to make sure that people are in a safe place. And I know that that's hard for so many because they want to get back in, they want to see their home, they want to see if there is anything left. But this life safety piece, not just for them, but making sure that our firefighters don't get hurt as well, that is the most important piece as they continue to try to contain this fire.
Do first responders, the people of Los Angeles, have everything they need from the federal government right now?
We are in there supporting them. The support for the firefighters themselves that is coordinated through the NIFC, the National Interagency Fire Center. There are active duty military personnel that are on a prepare to deploy order that are ready to go in and continue to support the firefighting effort. Those incident commanders at each of those command posts, they're going to know exactly what they need. And if they need anything else, we're able to come in and support them. While we at FEMA now are starting to help support this recovery piece, starting to work with the local jurisdictions and understand what their long-term recovery needs are going to be, starting to plan for how we're going to be able to bring in temporary structures for schools or other critical facilities that were lost. We need to really start to take this time to put that plan in place to help them with what they're going to need to do to remove debris and get this community on that long journey of recovery.
It's fucked, you know? I'm going to go, event happening in a game. All right, have fun, Lord Fluffy Art. The way they keep nailing those fires with the aerial strikes is super impressive. Iodine and Borderline, it actually is so crazy that they get them that well. But because California has some of the best firefighting infrastructure in the world. In the world. All right, let's see what ABC7 is saying. You said,
has grown to more than 21,000 acres. It is only 8% contained as firefighters continue to battle dry conditions.
With more than 5,000 homes and structures lost, it is the fourth most destructive wildfire in California history. Meanwhile, we're following reports of looting in the area. We're also learning why a nearby reservoir, a crucial resource, could not be used in the firefight. So let's go live to Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell, live in Pacific Palisades. Josh?
Yeah, David and Colleen, it has been a desperate scene here all day. We are at the final checkpoint to get into Pacific Palisades. Take a look.
Real quick, we'll watch the clip. On Friday, Newsom confirmed Trump's claim that there had been no water for some fire hydrants. Firefighters in LA have told BBC that they experienced shortages. Newsom called for an independent investigation into the loss of water pressure to hydrants and the reported unavailability of water supplies from Santa Ynez Reservoir. In a letter addressed to the heads of the LA Department of Water and Power, LA County Public Works, Newsom said that the reports of inadequate water supplies were deeply troubling. Losing supplies from fire hydrants likely impaired the efforts. Again, the reservoir was full. The unavailability of water supplies from it because of the water pressure to the hydrants.
Residents are trying to get in, but you need a police escort. They are being turned away, most are. But first, I do want to play a video that I received.
You know what? I don't care about this. Sorry, man.
But let me ask you about those active duty military that you said stand ready to be deployed. Secretary Austin, the Pentagon authorized 10 helicopters, 500 Marines back on Thursday. How is it? My understanding,
I could tell just by the framing of the first 10 sentences that this was like right-wing media. So
is, as of now, correct me if I'm wrong.
The first 10 words, rather.
California hasn't made the request to use them yet. Why is that?
You know, I'd have to defer to the incident commanders, right? The incident commanders on the ground know what the needs are, where they need to put people. And often in these situations, it's very strategic. It's not necessarily about all.
I'm not saying that it wasn't like an issue. I'm saying the issue isn't that it was empty. It was the water pressure. And to be fair, they have an investigation up into it right now. But look, we'll get deeper into it. This is like just the very beginning. I haven't even really gotten into the fires yet. I was just starting with climate change. First, I just want to show you guys some maps that compare the size of these fires over other American cities. This is the Palisades fire over Baltimore, essentially the entirety of Baltimore, Maryland. Boston, the entirety of Boston. Chicago, I mean, a good portion of central Chicago, right off the map. Dallas. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. That's like the entirety of the city for Denver. Detroit, Miami. This is unimaginably. I mean, look at this over Manhattan or over the UK. Over London. I mean, it's the entirety of Manhattan is on fire. Now, while this is happening, this is what some of the people inside of that situation are doing. Why the fuck are you still home, man? Why has this guy not left his house yet? Can somebody answer me that?
Hi.
It puts it in perspective, yeah.
Okay.
Watch Mel Gibson talk to Joe Rogan about the stuff he said was heartbreaking. All government officials should go to jail. No water and fire hydrant. Mel Gibson is a retard, and so is Joe Rogan. Mel Gibson talked about how ivermectin can cure cancer on Joe Rogan. Never listen to anything either of those morons say.
You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. Oh shit.
Every single word, Headless Chicken. Every single word of that is a lie.
Yeah, don't worry about that, dude.
Protect your homestead, motherfucker. Look, you have a fire hurricane in front of you.
Scary, huh? Yeah.
Imagine having a multi-million-dollar mansion and no underground bunker. I know, skill issue. Good. I hope he lost everything. Mel Gibson is a piece of shit. He's an anti-Semite. He's racist. He's evil. He's anti-intellectual. He spreads misinformation. He's anti-vax. He's telling people to go take horse medicine for their cancer, the same thing that Trump told people to take during COVID, with zero evidence that it works. He's fucking psychotic. Fuck Mel Gibson. Fuck his house. Most of the people who are being harmed by this fire are middle class or working class people. The rich are getting off scot-free. You think that the rich whose houses burned in Palisades aren't gonna, are gonna be fine? They have insurance for all of that. Meanwhile, the rest of LA, the middle class, the working class, the poor, no insurance. Even if you have it, denied, you're dropped. The homeless people that live in the area, how many of those are dead? Politics has no place, and my sympathy goes, that's bullshit. Politics has a place. My sympathy goes to all that are affected, but not the ones that cause it. Not the ones that perpetuate the systems of this happening. Like James Woods, for example, who, by the way, his house didn't burn down. He went on CNN crying about how his house burned down, but prior to that was talking about how climate change isn't real, and how we should continue to do war, vote for Trump. All of those assholes deserve this, because this is the consequences of their actions. Fuck those guys. Everybody else, my sympathies go out to. They're making it political as fuck as well. They're the ones lying about it constantly. We're the ones on the left just trying to say, hey, stay safe. How can we help you? How can we get you where you need to go? This is what's happening. And then on the right, it's like homeless people, leftists are lighting the fires and doing arson. And Gavin Newsom is specifically fucking this up. And the mayor of LA is doing some, like, none of that is true. The DEI fire department bullshit, all of that is bullshit. There is no water in fucking California. Batgaz, LA hasn't had rain in 8 months. It hasn't rained in 8 months. Trust me when I say I know this, because California has the same fucking climate as Australia does. Part of the reason you guys get wildfires is because you imported eucalyptus trees from Australia, which burst into flames when it gets too hot all on its own. It's nonsense. It is genuinely nonsense. What is this? The conspiracy is that there is no conspiracy. They're trying to make it a conspiracy.
This
reservoir. Sorry, I didn't realize the video wasn't playing.
Empty for.
How do can I not go back to the beginning on an Instagram video?
to be the water to put out the Palisades fire. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. It's the water supply basically for the Palisades. When they first started fighting the Palisades fire, they ran out of water extremely quickly. Wednesday, 3 a.m., they were basically out. And there's been a lot of talk on why.
There is literally nothing you could have done to stop this. Like literally, once the fire started, the most prepared fire department with unlimited access to water could not have stopped this, because there are winds that are like what's 80 miles per hour in kilometers. It's literally impossible. Like over 130 kilometer per hour winds, right? While these fires are burning. And let me pull up the map again really quick, just to make it really clear, because it is difficult to conceptualize until you see the idea of it. The fire that starts, right? Let's say, let's just take this one, Palisades fire. You could have all of the water and all of the fire departments you want, but when there's 130 kilometer per hour winds, you can have a wall of firefighters just firing water, but the wind can just take an ember and start a fire back over here, while all of you are over there. And then while you move half your forces to go fight this fire, suddenly this fire pops up, and then that fire pops up, because embers can travel for miles, and then land on something, and then set it on fire. The entire state is dry as fuck. It hasn't rained in 8 months. And so there's nothing you can really do to prevent it from spreading. You can only fight the fires when they pop up. And beyond this, take into account that you can't really, you can't do anything once it starts spreading like that, because they're not, I didn't make it political. The main part of my post was to show sympathy for those affected. I'm not saying you made it political. I'm saying the people on the right are making it political. They're the ones, you're saying politicians should be arrested for this, and then saying that you're not making this political. Do you understand the contradiction in what you're saying here? No, Visora, it's all Dems' fault and no one else. Dems bad, yeah. You guys want to know how many Republicans voted against relief? For wildfire prevention funding? Here we go. These guys should be arrested. These are the people, 34 House Republicans and Senate Republicans, that voted against containing wildfire prevention funding. Maybe you should blame them rather than the fucking city. Jim Banks, Andy Biggs, Dan Bishop, Lauren Boebert, Josh Brasheen, Tim Burchett. How many? Any California in here? It'd be so funny if there was a California one in here. Cool. Looks like every one of the ones in California voted for funding for this. Someone has to be accountable for this. Yeah, it's the fossil fuel companies, Batgaz. They're the ones that are accountable for this. They're the ones that should pay for this. It's their fault. It's climate change. This is a climate disaster. And the people who worsen climate change should be the ones that foot the bill. They should be the ones held under account. The Republicans that refused funding for firefighting, for prevention. This is the kind of shit, by the way, this prevention bill is what I talked about earlier, what we do in Australia for clearing bush, for doing controlled burns of areas so that you don't have fuel for a fire to grow. Republicans are the ones that did this. Fossil fuel companies caused this. It's not that, it's our entire country's entire infrastructure needs to change and adapt to how science works, not beliefs. Yeah, but we're doing the opposite, Anthony. That's the thing. It's all going to get significantly worse.
Happen. So how long is
Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about how we should use fucking cloud seeding. Or why aren't the left cloud seeding? Like a retard. Like, that doesn't exist in reality. The things that they are saying are shit that they make up. Or something that's some slightly bit related that they then, like, say... They mislead you. Man, Batgaz, you're being misled. Where you're getting your news from is misleading you. Everything that you said there was just stuff that I've seen from right-wingers on Twitter. Mindful forestry is also expensive. Nothing's going to change without funding. And that's the thing. You guys need to kind of adapt to that. We do it in Australia because we're used to that here, but it's going to keep getting worse, and California is going to need to do that if it wants to not burn every year. Again, this is wet season. Guys, this is the cold times. This is when it's supposed to be raining. This is the wet season.
Reservoir have been empty for since February of last year. There was no communication from the Department of Water and Power to LAFD that there was a water supply issue. The firefighters, when they started fighting the fires, no one informed.
And remember, by the way, most of the firefighters that are out there fighting this fire like heroes are people from prison. They're slaves. They get paid $180 a month.
That the reservoir was empty. This reservoir holds 117 million gallons of water. The fire department was using a water supply from 3 backup tanks, each one only holding 1 million gallons of water.
You know what? Actually, back guys. Perfect.
I'm joined
timing.
now by the anchor at Fox.
Let's have a look at a Fox News anchor and Brian Tyler Cohen talking about exactly this, and then we'll go into the Hassan
Fox LA, Alex Michelson. First off, for anybody who is watching the wildfires ravaging California right now, I'm sure that a voice that you're about to hear is one that you've heard numerous times throughout the last few days here. Alex, you've been doing 14-hour days on air, nonstop coverage. So, just on behalf of me and the rest of this state, thank you for the public service that you're doing, because really the coverage that you've been bringing about this wildfire is unmatched. So thank you for that.
Not if RuPaul's not in prison, Tyler.
I do want to start with jumping right in here. I know that Fox LA did report on the prospect of an arsonist being arrested for the most recent fire. That's the West Hills fire. I think they're calling it the Kenneth fire. Can you speak on that?
Yeah, so there was an incident where citizens in that neighborhood saw a guy with a blowtorch who was kind of talking crazy and talking about setting fires. They did a citizen's arrest of that guy, and then the police came in, brought him in for questioning. They suspect that fire was caused by arson. And they thought, hey, this could be the arsonist guy literally walking around.
Let me just address arson really quickly, right? Because I'm not denying that that's a thing. That happens every time we have a wildfire in Australia. Some dickhead goes and tries to do arson as well. That is not what caused the fire, but it definitely happens. And by the way, this is your average arsonist. This is the capability of the average arsonist. That's how competent they are. That's also another conspiracy theory, Anthony.
The blowtorch in his hand. And apparently
it's an
they
idiot.
say after
that.
several different investigators from several different agencies talked to this guy, that they did not have enough evidence or probable cause to believe that he was the arsonist for this particular fire. But they did find parole violations and other things that were felonies for this guy. So he's still behind bars. It's not like they just released him and he's out on the street.
Oh, well, if he's behind bars, he's probably out fighting the fire now.
But still, that is concerning, because you think about it, the first couple days of these fires, we had these extraordinary, almost unprecedented winds that were driving them. But since it hasn't been all that windy, and so
yeah, I'm a bit of a bitchy mood today.
How are these fires starting? Right. And arson makes a lot of sense, that they just would be popping up one after another. It seems like every time we get a break, or every time we're catching our breath,
they already own most of them.
Or frankly, every time we would do one of these press conferences we would go to with these officials.
Blackstone already owns everything. The conspiracy that they're starting fires to buy property, they can just buy the property. They own everything.
Fire would just pop up, and then it's like a whack-a-mole. And every time we feel like, okay, we're out of the woods,
you don't need to make it cheaper to buy
another
it.
Fire.
Alex, has there been any precedent in history for the scope and devastation that we're seeing with this fire right here, as far as you can remember, in California?
Yes. This is not the biggest fire that we've had in California.
At this point in time, this is the most costly fire, definitely the United States has ever had, but probably the world at this point, besides maybe like Black Summer in Australia. This is up there with costly. In fact, I'm not sure. This might end up costing more than Black Summer did for Australia because a lot of that was rural areas.
That's the campfire.
Yep, that's on my list
People will
too.
remember
Headless chicken.
when it went through Paradise, that community. Which
Damn, linking me links I already got. The human cost of this can never be repaid. It's truly horrific. I mean, true.
Was completely leveled. 85 people were killed in that because they just couldn't get out. Paradise.
Shard Sport, you're kind of right, but it's incredibly exploitative, and we're going to listen to them talk about it.
Not a lot of ways in and not a lot of ways out. That fire was biggest. Right now, this fire is the 5th biggest in state history. Many of those big fires have come in the last decade, as we've seen some of the effects of.
In fact, that would cost them more money to do so, Anthony. It's not a valid theory.
Climate change and brush management and everything else. I mean, everybody's going to blame it on one thing and go to their political camps. It's a combo of a lot of things that have caused all of this. And we've seen the winds getting worse, too. But in terms of LA.
Yeah, Greg, 17 Prime. This happened during the Canadian wildfires last year. The right-wing media immediately suggested arson, repeated so many times it became reality in conservatives' minds. That's what they do every time. Canada and America have the same kind of media environment in that they just repeat a claim over and over and over again. They started off with this was homeless people fucking with electricity, and then they moved on to arsonists because they found one idiot who lit a fire. They're talking about looting. They're talking about people running around and doing property crimes. Like, it's insane. The right wing does not care about you. They don't care about your well-being. They don't care about your home, your life, your safety, none of that. Give me a second. Like, first off, Fox News, Gavin Newsom cut fire budget by $100 million before lethal California wildfire. If you're a news organization and you get community noted for misinformation, your account should just be banned, not even flagged, but okay. On top of this, though, the LAPD remains vigilant during the ongoing fires through the city of LA and has deployed officers for high visibility control during the tactical alert. At this time, we have received no information regarding looting or other criminal activity in affected areas. They care more about property crimes than they do about people's homes. They're not there for you. They will lie and they will lie and they will lie. And this is also going to be used as an excuse to justify the removal of your civil liberties. They're calling this a fire that started by leftists. Depending on which part of the right you look at, they're not trying to hide what they believe.
The city of Los Angeles, this is by far the biggest fire this city has ever dealt with. And of course, the challenge of our region here is there's just so many people.
Do you understand? This is Benny Johnson, a Russian agent, Tenet Media, like known Russian agent. A new inferno is raging at lightning speeds towards Hollywood. This is not natural. It's looking like eco-terrorism. They love using the word terrorism because their goal here is to create an environment where people are afraid enough that we can get a Patriot Act 2.0 on methamphetamine. No, that was an old post. But it's the eco-terrorism bit. Some people are blaming it on the Jews. Yeah, well, that's the Nazis. That's the thing. But the Nazis also think that the Jews control the left, so they're all batshit crazy. It all comes back down to us. It all comes back down to they're going to use these events as justification, saying there is domestic terrorism from the right. The enemy from within is coming for us, and we need to do something about it.
So when you talk about fires out in rugged rural terrain somewhere, a lot of times that's not necessarily impacting people. When you think about some of the areas we're talking about here, Pacific Palisades, Brentwood.
Don't trust Michael Frenzise. I know exactly who he is. He pretends to do nice shit. He's also an evil ghoul.
Altadena.
He does some good things. I do agree with that, but his general ideology is in line with that of the ghouls.
Pasadena, we saw a fire in the Hollywood Hills, we saw West Hills, Calabasas. These are all very, very crowded areas. And some people are saying it's only rich people. That's not true.
It's not at all true. The vast majority of the people harmed here are working class. Billy Joel's song keeps coming into my mind right now. Sam Wick TV. Iodine Portline, do you think we can have do you think we would be in even close to the same world if COVID hadn't hit during Trump's first presidency? I think if COVID had not hit during Trump's presidency, he would have won in 2020 and we would have been in a better position than we are now. Like if Trump had won in 2020, it would have been better for us because they built Project 2025 in the time span of Biden's presidency. None of that existed. They were still kind of like useless. Like they wouldn't have had the structure that they needed to do what they want to do if Biden had lost in 2020. I wouldn't have had 4 years to fester in social media either. I mean, it wouldn't have. Well, I mean, it still would have. It just wouldn't have been anywhere near as bad. I found the most dedicated Russian propaganda channel.
People impacted by this.
You know, sorry, I was gonna move on from this one. So, understand that there's so many lies. Like, look at the type of psychosis these people have. We're supposed to believe that this lady says what this lady says about California wildfires while she's wearing an upside down cross necklace on her neck.
With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more.
This is where their mind's at, guys. Do you think like reality matters to people who are doing this? Why should I believe what this lady says because she has a necklace? DEI madness. LA County Emergency Management admits that they don't have full control over their systems. This is Jack Posobiec, by the way, another fucking Russian agent. I'm sorry, but we have to stop with the ridiculous sign language interpreters who turn serious press conferences into a farce. There's also, like, they're whinging about fucking sign language interpreters. They're literally, like, off of this planet. They are not in... Religion cracks me up. Stupid religion cracks me up. You can have a religion and not be retarded with it, but... So, here is the forecast for... Actually, this one looks more recent. Hour ago versus 9 hours ago.
Firefighters in Los Angeles are bracing for the arrival of more powerful Santa Ana desert winds and are strengthening containment lines at two of the city's biggest fire grounds. The blazes have killed at least 16...
True, had this chicken. They think everything is degenerate. They believe that, like, social contagion theory is a thing. It's all Nazi rhetoric. It's literally actually Nazi rhetoric, but it's weak men energy, even with the women.
People, and the county sheriff says reports of missing people are rising by the hour. 3 fires are
all religions are insane, but not all religious people are not psychotic though.
Burning, the biggest being the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Palisades fire has burned through almost 10,000 hectares and is only 11% contained. The second biggest, the Eaton fire, has burned through almost 6,000 hectares and is 27% contained. The Hearst fire is 89% contained. Low water supplies in some areas, the build-up of undergrowth and the tinderbox conditions have made the firefighting effort extremely challenging. Around 105,000 residents are still under evacuation orders, while another 87,000 have been told to be ready to evacuate. Police say scammers and looters...
Well, no, you're not psychotic, Backaz. I said all religious people aren't psychotic. I just think religion is a delusion. It's a delusion that we give to ourselves, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's a way of feeling like you have some control over the universe. It's a way of feeling that there is order in the universe and that everything is not chaos. And that's okay. But there are quite a lot of religious people who are psychotic. The people who want a crusade, for example, like Pete Hegseth.
Are trying to take advantage of the chaos. A local sheriff told a news conference he'd seen a man dressed as a firefighter who'd been caught trying to burgle a home. 29 arrests have been made so far. LA County's Fire Chief Kristen Crowley says the return of strong winds
usually weaponized
means the threat remains very high.
It doesn't need to
Air
be.
quality remains hazardous across the greater LA area. The response to the...
Ideally... None of that. But like, we're not through the storm yet, is all I'm gonna say there. But then take this into account. House Republican says California shouldn't get disaster relief unless the state changes its policies. as in unless the state does whatever the right wing agrees. By changing policies, what they mean is cutting DEI, getting rid of, like, Gavin Newsom has said that they will be a sanctuary state again under this administration, that they will not allow ICE in, that they will still provide trans people health care. They're not going to comply. California shouldn't get disaster relief unless the state changes policies. That's what they mean by this.
In terms of this March 14th date,
Trump right now, where's my Coke?
And the next continuing resolution, how likely is it that this package is going to include disaster relief? I mean, have you and your colleagues started talking about the next steps in terms of these Los Angeles wildfires? Some analysts believe the next step is going to be the enactment of disaster legislation to pay for the rebuilding of all of this infrastructure.
Which, again, the fossil fuel companies should pay for. Make ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, all of them pitch in. They're the ones that are the main contributors to this.
And a provision of release has become somewhat...
Hell, make every industry pay for it. Make the rich pay for it.
Partisan recently. What are your thoughts on the disaster relief that no doubt will be needed for Los Angeles?
True iodine and borderline.
Well, we included disaster relief for Western North Carolina and Florida in the wake of hurricanes recently in East Tennessee. And no doubt we need to address fires. But the problem with California is forestry management. And we had good legislation on that.
You literally, what's your name? What's this guy's name?
Bruce Western.
Who's this guy? What's this guy's name? What are you? I will, Darren Davidson. I will bet you this man voted against it. Warren Davidson from Ohio. Huh, not for this one. Okay. He didn't vote against in this one. I take that back.
East Tennessee. And no doubt we need to address fires. But the problem with California is forestry management. And we had good legislation on that. Bruce Westerman, who chairs the Natural Resources Committee, and it has a PhD.
Look, believing in God is like having a penis. It's okay to have one. It's okay to like having one. It's not okay to whip it out in public and shove it down people's throats.
In forestry management has led this. We have truly qualified people.
Again, this is partially correct. Forestry management could have done better here. However, they need fucking money to do it. Do you know how hard it is to clear burnable brush, to clear fuel from around houses? It costs a lot of money. It is a year-round service. And again, this is the wet season. But on top of this, understand that Californians would fucking hate this. They would get very, very mad because part of what this would include is you're not allowed to have this tree in front of your house. You're not allowed to have these plants or these bushes in this area. And then they would start whining about how the government is controlling their lives and how they're taking their freedoms away because it's a public safety issue. Good night, Reen. Good to see you. And beyond this, the stupidity continues so much. I keep seeing people talking about how are the houses burned, but not the trees next to them. Someone must have lit it on fire. Houses are made of dry wood. Trees have water in them. Of course they don't burn as easily as the houses. All right. So this is from Hassan. I try to use my platform this way because there's a lot of normal people out there who fell through the cracks of the system. With no support whatsoever, we cast them aside and chose to dehumanize them. Everyone is trying their best. Rehabilitation and reintegration lowers recidivism. By the way, I hopped in on Hassan's stream just earlier this morning just to see. And I do have to say, he's getting so much shit for this that it blows my mind. People are getting mad at him for doing this. I don't understand. By the way, how am I feeling? I hope I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better today. I'm going to go and get my results from the doctor tomorrow, so we'll find out. Again, no stream tomorrow, but we'll be back on Wednesday, and then I have the debate on Thursday, or Wednesday night for you Americans. So let's have a look from the People's City Council, Los Angeles.
Yeah, of course. Come over. A lot of the guys out here.
I'm debating someone named Quibbles on whether we should have sex work included in mental health care, whether it's through private health insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, universal health care. Sex workers should be included in this for mental health reasons. I am too. It's gonna be fun.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her in about 11 years. And
these are prisoners that are out here fighting the fires. These are the guys in the trenches. American heroes, really.
Yeah, I love you, baby, and hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And,
you didn't, but thank you.
Be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
That's right. He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day.
True.
Doing my best.
What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County, and I miss everybody.
Nice to meet you.
Based as fuck. The fact that he did this is based as fuck. It is, again, like I said, one of the most humanity-driven things that I've seen in a very long time in the news. But the fact that people are mad at him for this just goes to show you what I keep saying. They're not clowns. They're not people like you and me. They're human beings, but they're not people. They lack the soul.
Fire, there's really none. So that's like the thing.
So California State doesn't have any sort of like reintegration program. California has MCRP program.
They were complaining that he isn't out there helping, or that he's never been to prison, so that like he's appropriating the suffering of others for his own content and bullshit. That's why, Wick. Bullshit.
And thank God for Scott Button. He's trying to integrate his ARC program. So MCRP is the reintegration program from being incarcerated to being on the outside. It's limited, but it's
when does the right have good reasons to be mad?
Way to try to deinstitutionalize, but in a sense, it's kind of just keeping you on a leash. Sadly to say, but that's what it is. Yeah. They do offer some programs.
They should reconsider their stance. Wick, do you think that those people have thoughts? Are you kidding me?
But they're very limited because they're usually private-owned companies.
Exactly.
And they most likely have you do it yourself. Like when you finish parole, they have you do your own parole. Yeah.
You would think horrific disasters like this would be something that unite everyone with one goal. It normally would be, but understand that during a crisis, during the actual crisis occurring, people are not their best. But once the crisis has passed, that's when people often come together.
It feels like out of 10, only 3 go. What about the rest?
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was CAL FIRE or if it's anything else, you're not gonna fuck around. You're not gonna want to lose that job. You're not gonna want to fuck over. You're not gonna fuck around with your parole. You're gonna lose. It's a tie down. Yeah, that's what is so frustrating.
Do you guys understand this, right? Like, these guys are in jail, or in prison rather. They're firefighters. They're saving California right now. But when they get released from prison, they can't get a job as a firefighter. They can't get a job like in most places. But they are the most experienced in fighting fires. And once they get out of prison, they can't get a job as a firefighter. It's insanity. Why? Because they're felons. And so that makes them dirty and evil. They are good firefighters. They are the best. They are currently the most experienced ones we have.
About stuff like this is that.
And by the way, they're being exploited right now. They all look happy because, I mean, they're not in prison, but you understand what fighting a forest fire is? Do you know how many of these people will get lung cancer? ProPublica did a story on this a couple months ago that I covered. Do you know that most of California's firefighters it has a high turnover rate because these people get into these jobs, even the paid ones, not just the prison ones. They get in these jobs and then they can't breathe. They're sucking in burning fumes throughout their job. And then over time, they get respiratory issues, but they have no insurance. They can't pay for them. And they stop doing the job. On top of the felons. As a felon, most of us get out and want to redirect our lives as refined gentlemen. Iodine and borderline, that's exactly the point, right? What did he say here? What was Hassan's point? Rehabilitation and reintegration lowers recidivism. It's just that simple. But there is this innate hatred of poor people, of felons, of anyone below in a lower socioeconomic class. And it will persist because that's what our culture, that's what our society incentivizes. Wick TV, some felons should be able to be firefighters after. Wick, the guys that are here in this, like, they're not at risk of doing anything bad. I don't care what they did either, by the way. I think anyone can be rehabilitated. I'm not saying everyone gets rehabilitated, but if we tried, most people can. I thought this was awesome of Hassan to do. Him saying that he has more in common with them than he does with a billionaire is insane. It is true. It's true. All of you have more in common with felons, with homeless people, with the poor than you do with anyone that's wealthy.
Yeah. It feels like out of 10, only 3 go.
I agree with you, Backgaz. I mean, like, there should be some regulation there, and it should have to actually be good faith. But yeah, if we have a felon president, no one should be judged on their arrest history. Yeah, but everyone's going to ignore that, remember? They're going to forget. That's just going to erase from their minds. If you catch a felon for, say, let's say arson, probably not going to want them. Actually, if you have a rehabilitated arsonist, I would absolutely want them fighting fires. Are you kidding me? That's the person who knows how fire works. If you rehabilitate them, then you want the arsonist firefighting. Because they're no longer an arsonist, but they have the experience of it. I mean, he's talking about himself as a millionaire celebrity. Yeah, exactly. You can have $10 million and you are closer to homeless than you are a billionaire. You can have $50 million and you are closer to Hassan than you are a billionaire.
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was CAL FIRE or if it's anything else, you're not gonna fuck around. You're not gonna want to lose that job. You're not gonna want to fuck over. You're not gonna fuck around with your parole.
You're gonna lose. It's a tie down.
Yeah, that's what is so frustrating about stuff like this is that
most people can't conceptualize $1 billion.
I mean, it's just so dispensable, like expendable. They just discard you. They're like, all right, fuck off. You know, all right, you did your time. Fuck off.
Another number. Yeah.
That's how they think about all of you. It's not just the prisoners. That mentality is what exists for the poor, for the working class. Just fuck off. You're discarded. They will use you until you are no longer useful, and then you will be trash littering the side of the street when you can no longer afford a home. That's what they think of you. Arsonists and sex offenders aren't allowed to participate in this program. I get that. And in this case, I agree. If I was in charge and I had the funds to actually, change the entire prison system, I would change that. I would definitely include them in these types of programs. Most people can be rehabilitated.
I mean,
and hell, the topic I'm debating on Thursday would reduce sex offenders drastically if that was implemented alone.
It's so dispensable, like expendable. They just discard you. They're like, all right, fuck off. You know, all right, you did your time. Fuck off.
Another number. Yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
So you said you kind of do political organization, right? Since you've been kind of frustrating. So you said you kind of do political organization, right? Since you've been kind of shining the light.
I can't hear what he's saying. It's okay. I have another clip. Now, this is Kimbo, who works 12 or 24-hour shifts. He gets paid $180 a month. If they can't get hired, why have the program in the first place? Because it reduces their sentencing just like slightly and it lets them leave prison. And also, we need firefighters. And so slaves are the best way to go when you're America, I guess. Gets them out of prison, reduces their sentences, yeah. And also helps the state.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. It's low. I think I get like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
That's sickening.
They give you extra when it's during a crisis, right? I was reading that you were supposed to.
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis. No? Not for us.
You don't get no extra during a crisis.
Maybe the free firefighters, but we don't get no extra during the crisis. But there's supposed to be a pay increase in the future. We're supposed to get $5 an hour, but that's still low for like people on the street. But for us,
that's not happening.
We're like, that'll make us like we'll be doing real well.
Yeah, but you're doing crazy work. You're out here. You said 24 hours in 24.
The free firefighter sentence is a wild sentence. Yeah, it is actually. It is.
4 hours out, right? And then sometimes they do 12 hours in, 12 off. But What's the
$180 in Los Angeles is fucking nothing. Nothing. I want to hear that free firefighters one more time. That's dystopian as fuck.
Extra when it's during a crisis, right?
Jesus Christ, man.
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis. Not for us. Maybe the free firefighters.
Does that sound like slavery to you or not? Huh? One sandwich and a drink. You can have half of a panini and a lukewarm fresca. That's what you can get with $180. Gotta love the prison industrial complex. True.
$7,000 a day to do basically what you got.
This is our second chance. At this point, it's a blessing. Another incarcerated firefighter responds to claims that other private firefighters are making $7,000 a day, while these guys get paid $180 a month. $7,000 a day.
$7,000 a day to do basically what you guys are doing.
Which, to be fair, they should be getting paid that much. They should also be getting paid that much.
Wow. So think about that.
You know, and it's crazy. You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And
this is a lot of people, by the way. Like, just what he just said there.
This is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop.
This guy right here, the fact that he just said we made decisions before our brains were able to fully develop before the age of 25. This prisoner is smarter than 70% of the United States. At least more educated and more literate than 70% of the United States.
Age of 25, you know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
$7,000 a day to do.
Isn't Fresca like? Doesn't that just taste as if it's near the flavor? Like a strawberry Fresca tastes like a water that is thinking really hard about strawberries.
Yeah,
it's ass. Another incarcerated firefighter explains the culture shock of leaving the prison cell to fight fires and interacting with regular civilians again. I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was, and that's who they want me to be.
You heard of the word institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like
institutionalized. Yeah.
So now I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years. But the point is, I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start like mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is, I feel foreign with you guys because I feels like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted me to be. So
it's a funnel for desperate people who can never get back out. In fact, the system is created so that these people get out and then they have to commit another crime and go back in. That's the whole point. We have the prison industrial complex. Slavery is legal in prison. We covered in Alabama how they rent out prisoners to private companies. They want you to get arrested again and end up back in prison. Back as there's a drink you guys get in the USA that we don't get here. It's called Mountain Dew. I always wanted to try it. God damn, I love me some Mountain Dew. But yeah, it's the same issue here in Australia. We can get Mountain Dew, but I can't get Diet Mountain Dew. And I want Diet Mountain Dew. So I don't tend to like sugary soda.
So like now they want you to
Dr. Pepper is one that I really fucking miss. We have like no Dr. Pepper here.
Get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter when we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that. You have to.
Yeah, maybe we should I don't know, put systems in place that help these people reintegrate into the community. Yeah, no Dr. Pepper, I would simply pass away. It's hard. Iodine and borderline. You can get it at specialty stores, but it's like $5 for a can that's smaller than like a regular can. Cadiris, Visora official, while this is exploitative, it seems like all these people are happy for the opportunity. Would you be okay with this if they were being paid more? Absolutely. This is a good system. I like that this exists. I just think that it's exploitative. They should be getting paid as much as the free firefighters are. They should be able to get a job as a firefighter once they get released. This is the most qualified people to get a job in the LAFD, but they're not allowed to. It's a great base program, but the pay is dog shit, and there's systems around it that need to change. The idea of recidivism is important. They have nothing in place to reduce the rate of recidivism. They actually want you to commit a crime, to go back into jail so they can do this to you again. This is good. The system is bad.
You heard of the word institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before?
Because they're felons.
Like
institutionalized. Yeah.
So now, I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years, but the
they
point
should
is,
also get free healthcare.
Yeah. Month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right?
So should everyone. This brave firefighter hasn't seen his daughter in 11 years.
A lot of the guys out here.
Yeah, of course.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting
Get in here.
Stand right here.
Talk to him.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her about 11 years.
Watch this one.
And yeah, I love you, baby, and hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now.
By the way, not just Hassan. Today I was granted access to speak with incarcerated firefighters. They told me they hadn't showered in 5 days. They were not provided regular meals. They work 24-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts to 24-hour shifts. They feel underappreciated and underpaid. This guy might be a prisoner. This guy deserves to get paid as the guy that's doing this that isn't a prisoner. Saving someone's house. You think that someone who's literally out there dealing with this guy isn't allowed to be a firefighter after he gets out of prison? I don't know if this is like a criminal or not, or an incarcerated person or not. I need to change the rhetoric on that. What's a good way to say this? Because I don't like calling them felons. I don't want to call them criminals. The incarcerated folks just sounds, it's too long to be snappy. I need to come up with something for this. But like, this is insane. This is barbaric. Yeah, exactly. Iodine and Borderline. It's just barbaric. They hate you. What else can I say? Inmates. Thank you. That's helpful. The inmates. Now, speaking of though, right?
Anybody need water?
Not of inmates, but of poor people. Of people that they want to be in prison, people that they want to siphon the money from and suffer. The people who suffer the most. The middle class, the working people, the homeless people, which now is tens of thousands more than it was before. I wonder if the rhetoric around homeless people in California will change at all, because now there's a bunch of working class homeless people. But no, there won't be. Thank you for the gifted subs back, guys. I really appreciate that. I just want to see Anna Kasparian talk about how these homeless people are being mistreated, that they deserve better because now they're they're the middle class. They're the people that sit in the same socioeconomic class as the news media. The news media works for the rich, but that's why the poor exist. The poor exist so they suffer, and then they can motivate the working class to go to work, to do the jobs, to not think too much about the system, because, you know, they might end up like the poor people. At least they're not like that. Anytime, you legend, my pleasure. Thank you.
Tonight, a massive relief effort racing to keep up with the flames, with tens of thousands pushed from their homes by fire, with many starting from scratch.
Literally the basics: underwear, a pair of running shoes, socks.
The Red Cross opening shelters citywide. This one near the Palisades fire, completely full.
As a lifelong Californian, we know wildfires. This isn't uncommon, but to see devastation at this scale is just heartbreaking.
Inside, families, some multiple generations, facing the reality of what these fires took away. For Khadija Lucarelli and her 3 children, it's a shelter turned home.
I never thought of this. It seems like I'm in a movie.
Their home in the Pacific Palisades lost when the flames exploded late Tuesday. A single mom now wondering when 6-year-old Onyx and 5-year-old Fifi will be able to go back to dance class.
Walk me through what happened.
Yeah,
these are the people who are suffering. The people who are out there celebrating because the rich are suffering. The rich aren't suffering. The rich have fire and house insurance. They're going to get all their shit back. These people are now homeless. They're not going to get help. What, FEMA's going to come and help them? FEMA has no money. And apparently, according to the Republicans in power, they get no federal assistance unless California changes all of its laws to exactly whatever President Musk says. Fuck you.
We're actually in rehearsal,
they hate you.
I got the call that we should be evacuating. We did lose our RV, which was our home.
In Altadena, thousands more families homeless. For Renata Ortega, her house and backyard floral studio never stood a chance.
We worked so hard to get here, and now to see it this way.
It's heartbreaking. The rich have the best insurance possible, and they own literally everything they own. They will get massive payouts. Batman, that's true, but it's worse than you think.
I would live through something like this.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking. It's worse than you think, though, Batman, because wildfire victims face insurance crisis. So, remember how we've been whinging about the health insurance companies for a long time on this channel, at least since Luigi Mangione. Here's another insurance company that wants to fuck you.
Fires could be one of the most expensive.
These shouldn't exist, by the way. Insurance companies should not exist. This should just be the state's job.
Natural disasters in U.S. history. The state facing an insurance crisis that has already left thousands of Californians struggling to find and keep affordable homeowners insurance. ABC's Christian Cordero in Pacific Palisades.
Tonight, many homeowners affected by the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles taking their first step toward rebuilding their lives, filing an insurance.
Yeah, please, no Fed posting, guys.
Claim.
I'm so sorry. Trust me, it's not going to be easy.
But as too many Americans know, getting compensated can be difficult. And in California, the system is facing a crisis years in the making. Insurance premiums soared after the Camp Fire in Northern California's Butte County in 2018. At the time, the deadliest and most destructive wildfire in the state's history. Several major carriers have since restricted fire coverage.
Insurance companies, when they have to do what they were paid to do. Yeah, literally.
Or stopped writing new property insurance policies in California entirely. State Farm.
Yeah, did you just hear that?
In the state's history, several major carriers have since restricted fire coverage or stopped writing new property insurance policies in California entirely.
You know that only applies for the middle for like everybody who earns under $10 million a year, right? Because if you are rich, they will absolutely cover you. Happily, because you'll pay them. But everyone else, no, fuck you. You don't get fire insurance at all. You don't get home insurance at all.
State Farm, California's largest provider of homeowners insurance, announcing in 2023 it would stop accepting new applications from California residents, citing, among other things, rapidly growing catastrophe exposure.
Guys, if you live in California, please move. Go to like Chicago, go to Wisconsin, go to the Great Lakes region where your standard of living will be much higher. This is not going to stop happening. We're making this worse, not better. We're lucky that this happened under Biden, so that even just a remote amount of help could be like sent towards them. If this happened under Trump, it would have been so much worse. And might I add, by the way, California is getting a lot of assistance from Canada and Mexico in fighting this fire.
Insurers pulling back, thousands of California homeowners have been left without coverage.
These insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance.
The California Insurance Commissioner issuing a one-year moratorium to protect homeowners.
I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started.
This problem isn't
actually
unique to
appalling.
California. An investigation
By the way, this is like, oh sorry, copyright music. This is the shit that the Canadians are helping with, by the way. I mean, also we have these as well, the AC-130s that we fill with water, but this is how they fill. They skim over the water. Everyone's been saying, you know, they have so much water. There's ocean water. Why aren't they using it? No, they are. Do you know how, like, impressive it is to be able to do this as a pilot? To skim a massive fucking plane, the AC-130, over the water and fill it so that you can go drop it somewhere else? The skill required to just be able to get that close to the water, let alone skimming it and grabbing the water, is, I mean, this is probably harder than most, like, fighter pilots ever have to do. It's crazy. Badass. This is disgusting and evil. When everything is burning, who's there to help? Apparently only the Mexicans, Canadians, and prisoners. Disgusting, right? I mean, that is true. When everything is burning, who's there to help you? It's Mexico, it's Canada, and it's prisoners. Maybe we should reevaluate our standards, reevaluate our positions on certain things. I feel like that might be a good idea.
by the Senate Budget Committee, finding that climate change-driven extreme weather events are leading to increasing non-renewal rates and spiking premiums across the country, particularly in Florida, Louisiana, and North Carolina.
You know, like, it's snowing in Georgia right now. In Georgia.
Despite living in at-risk areas for wildfires, thousands of Los Angeles homeowners do not have home insurance. This disparity,
this man looks so bisexual,
highlighted by the current fires, is because several private insurers in California have either raised prices or have removed their coverage completely. For example, a spokesperson from the California Department of Insurance told CBS Money Watch.
Here's a more recent one. That was 2 days ago.
Homeowners are facing a growing insurance crisis. Even before these latest fires, several of the state's largest insurers either stopped or limited new policies, leaving many struggling to find coverage. Now, since 2015, California's...
Guys, why does insurance companies, why do they exist? What are they for? What's their job? It's to pay for shit when this happens. It's so you pay them so that when you need their money to help you, the system that you paid into, that it is there for you. If it's not there for you, they're just stealing it. If the insurance company doesn't do what it's supposed to do, that you're paying it to do, when you need it, they're just stealing from you. It's just robbing you. It's not even socializing the losses. It's literally just robbing you.
Seen 15 of its most destructive blazes in history, forcing insurance companies to pay out large claims. With many insurers pulling out, the state government has started its own insurance program known as the FAIR, F-A-I-R plan. Nearly 500,000 homes are participating, but the plan only offers basic coverage up to $3 million, often not enough to rebuild a house in an area.
Yeah, by the way, like, $3 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is, depending on where you live. But if your house burns down, $3 million is not enough to rebuild your house, depending on where in California you are. But
with sky-high property values. State officials are trying to fix this by letting insurers factor climate change into their rates. They're hoping that's going to convince companies to return to the market, but premiums...
Which will make, but premiums will go up
may
significantly.
Be much higher. Well, David Flandro is the head of industry analysis.
Chicken, Jesus Christ, how old are you? Or do you just live, like, really rurally? $57,000 for a 4-bedroom house is insane. What are you, like, 90?
And strategic advisory at Howden Ray. It's a global reinsurance broker.
Ah, okay, so you've had it for a while. I mean, that makes sense, but yeah, it's not like that anymore. You can't buy a house in the United States earning under, I think it's $350,000 a year last I checked. I think that's how much you need on average to buy a house in the United States now.
He's joining us now from London. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. Are we facing a situation, do you think, that insurance companies are going to be less than willing to pay out under these circumstances?
Well, I think that if there is coverage in place, the insurance companies will pay out. That's what we're here for. And that's that's a big...
In some states, it's as low as $100,000 a year. In some states, it's about $463,000 a year. So it varies depending on where you live, but you need a six-figure salary to buy a house now.
Part of what drives us here in Howden Re. We're a reinsurance broker, but Howden Group is an insurer. And so we seek to get coverage into the market for people when they...
You know what? Iodine and borderline. I'm going to live in a rental my entire life, ... feels. Frozen obscurity. My grandfather bought his house for $10,000. This right here is the American dream and what happens to it through prioritizing profit over people's lives. That's what happens to it. That $10,000 house is worth like $100,000 now. It's still really cheap, by the way. But yeah, they make your life suck. They take everything from you and they will give you nothing. I could directly blame this on fossil fuel companies. Now, there's a lot of blame to share, but they are the higher ones up there. They took your money and they took your house, they took your car, they took your stuff, they took your life in some cases. The insurance company that's supposed to help you? No, fuck you. That's their answer. They hate you. The wealthy want to take everything from you. How many times do I have to say this? I just looked at Zillow. Everything available here is now $150,000 or so. Yeah.
They most need it. The problem is, though, lack of coverage prior to this event. And it is really, as you say, pursuant to a number of different things, probably really getting going in earnest after the Camp Fire in California in 2018. Up until this wildfire, there had been around 20 billion of insured wildfire losses in California. This wildfire looks to be the biggest in state history. So it simply may be that there isn't the coverage in place to cover everyone.
Oh, a landlord, eh? I see you. So, real quick, I want to see what right-wing media has to say. Here's News Nation. This is probably going to be infuriating.
More about this terrible insurance situation. We're bringing in Kaya Stanley, a CEO of the California Restaurant Mutual Benefit Corp and attorney. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us more about this. We're hearing about this catastrophic situation where these insurance companies have dropped fire coverage from thousands of policies in the years leading up to this. Is this even legal, and how did this happen?
These are for-profit insurance companies. And so if they can't make a profit, they're going to leave the area. And that's exactly what happened.
Which is why for-profit insurance should be illegal.
And it's legal. They don't have to keep doing business in California. Is it ethical? No. I mean, I run a nonprofit insurance company, so we don't do things like this. But a traditional insurance company is in it to make money.
What can homeowners and business owners...
It's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's going to happen again and continue. What can homeowners and business owners do if their fire coverage was dropped? I mean, are they simply out of luck? Is there an appeals process?
There's no, well,
you're fucked.
There's not
That's the answer. You're fucked.
An official appeals process, but ultimately what's going to happen when, they're going to first try to get state assistance, FEMA assistance. But if they don't have insurance, they're not going to get insurance coverage. And even what we find and what we've seen across the country in other natural disasters is that even when people have insurance, most of the time they don't have the insurance that they think they have, and they're underinsured.
Because all of the insurance companies are misleading and specifically exist to steal from you. And so they make everything as complicated as possible, so you buy the wrong thing, and then they have a valid, justifiable reason to rob you. Oh, well, you said that I could go into your wallet and take your money, so I did.
insured. So even people that have insurance are going to be damaged by this. So what's their recourse? Eventually, this is going to be lawsuits left and right, because people are going to have no other options, and insurance companies are going to end up settling these lawsuits, and the only people that are going to win are the attorneys that get to fight the lawsuits.
And the only people who are going to be able to afford the lawsuits are people wealthy enough to hire an attorney, which is not cheap.
We just heard
do you know how much it costs to take an insurance company to court, even in a class action?
Hayes are reporting on this. So we see California now, the state banning insurance companies from canceling or not renewing policies for homeowners affected by the wildfires for 1 year. But
how about make that forever, not just 1 year? Come on, don't be a pussy, Gavin.
Doesn't help people who didn't have fire coverage or were underinsured or were dropped before this, right?
No, it's like calling the fire department after the house is already burned to the ground. It's too little, too late. This should have been handled
that's the plan.
before
Borderline.
when that many
they delay, they deny, and you lose. You lose every time.
Thousands of people were dropped, in the last year. Something should have happened before this. Someone dropped the ball here, and even this moratorium is still
it's so hard to not Fed post. Thank you.
People think it is, even though they're not allowed to leave the state. They're still underinsured. So even in these places that they still have to have the insurance, there's nothing that I've seen in the mandate that says you have to insure at a certain level, or all of the things.
As in, right now, the insurance company can't leave, but they still don't have to pay you. Here, let's hear it from the commissioner himself. Let's see what they're saying.
I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California, and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies.
But again, remember, most of these people are uninsured and they're still going to get robbed.
For 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain
He still has the fashy haircut, but he's not a fascist. He's just a liberal.
Protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started. This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder.
Understand here that the whole point is these people, Malibu, the rich, that's who they care about. That's who the insurance companies will help.
I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery.
Have you noticed how, like, Donald Trump or the right refers to the fires? Donald Trump said, I believe, something like, the most beautiful, expensive houses are burning. They only care about the rich.
In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelinos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team
I
to
would
protect
really like to
Angelinos
know what these additional solutions are.
from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need
Have a good night.
in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357.
Cool. So, real quick, this is from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Southern California is facing critical weather through Wednesday. Life-threatening winds and dangerously low humidity are forecasting much of Southern California from Ventura to San Diego, creating significant risk in rapid fire spread. The winds will cause increased fire activity. This is how you can help to avoid the risk. Avoid mowing or trimming dry grass on windy days. Don't park vehicles on dry grass. Make sure campfires are out. You guys are still allowed to have campfires? Are you fucking kidding me? The moment that there's even like a slight risk of a wildfire in Australia, we have total fire bans. Like, you are not allowed to have a campfire. You can't even have a barbecue outside. Why the fuck are you allowing people to make campfires right now? Report suspicious activity to help prevent arson. Blah 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 blah. It's not looking good for the next couple days. Please be prepared. And let's have a look at what happens next, right? What do we do after the fires are over? What are the systems that exist now going to look like? What changes could we expect reasonably to be made?
Los Angeles, a sprawling, singular city that traffics in fantasy, knows real-life tragedy and catastrophe all too well. LA also knows how to battle back. How does it keep beating the odds? As Keith Morrison tells us, it has...
The systems will be corporations coming in and buying up all that land because homeowners aren't going to be interested in rebuilding. True, exactly. And then they're going to drive up the cost of living in Los Angeles even more.
It's more than movie magic.
What a crazy idea it is. What a bit of madness. This vast, sprawling city, collection
I
of
wouldn't say capitalism always wins, but the system functions as it's intended to.
cities on an earthquake-prone, drought-prone, fire-prone desert by the sea. What were we thinking? Even the water to drink, water to water, water to fight the fires, imported from somewhere else, like the people. And yes, it is glorious and inspired, and has given the whole world 100 years of drama and joy and laughter. Its names and faces known and loved and loathed by humans everywhere.
Can I help you load the chairs in?
And every once in a while, it is just impossible.
I'm trying to find my dad.
Which is how living in LA feels to a lot of people just now. Impossible and terrifying.
The flames are just kind of leaping right over us.
This one, many fires at once, is perhaps the worst of them. But there are so many, many stories in the history of this great benighted city. There has been so much loss.
A big reason, again, is you guys have eucalyptus trees. It's the same issue we have in Australia. When it gets too hot, sometimes they just spontaneously combust. You don't even need to light them on fire. They light on fire.
84 homes, chewed through 6,000 acres of This was 1961, and it was Bel Air. This one destroyed 484 homes, chewed through 6,000 acres of prime real estate. Burt Lancaster's house burned.
Prime real estate, of course. By the way, more than 10,000 homes have been destroyed in this one.
Down. And Joan Fontaine's and Zsa Zsa Gabor's and Dennis Hopper's.
I'm Tom Brokaw over Laguna Beach, California.
This is the one they call the Great Fire of '93. Took out a giant swath of Laguna. And there were more.
Batman.
There have always been more. One fire after another some years through the Santa Ana winds of winter so dry that pliant oak and chaparrals shriveled to kindling, practically begged to be burned. How often have bits of Malibu gone down in flames to take multi-million-dollar mansions with them? Are we keeping track?
I hate this framing because so many people are suffering far more than the people in Malibu who lost their homes, which, like, still, that sucks, right? Losing your home is not a good thing. I don't necessarily want the rich people's houses to burn down. I don't want them to suffer. If it happens and they're a bad person, I'll take joy in that, but I don't want that to happen. But covering this with that as the main, go look at how many people were affected by, let's say, the Sunset Fire. How many people are currently being affected by the Eaton Fire? There's so much more damage that's not just the wealthy houses, the mansions. It's not like a lot of people that lived in where the Palisades Fire burned through. Those were working class people. They weren't, just the wealthy. There was wealthy districts in it, but it's not. The vast majority of this damage is to us. Not to mention the knock-on effects to the rest of the country. Yeah, absolutely.
Of the fire.
We produce a lot of food in California. We produce a lot of shit in California. California is crucial to the U.S. economy, which is why I still think it'd be funny if Gavin Newsom put a referendum up of, hey, you guys want to be a state, or do you guys want to be the 11th province of Canada, like the Canadians offered? Same with Oregon and Washington. It would be awesome.
Fires and the droughts and the floods and the earthquakes and the gridlock and housing prices that are clearly insane. And still we come here. Because there is something about Los Angeles, this siren of a city by the sea, that pulls us in and makes us stay even if we tell ourselves we probably shouldn't. Will it be different this time? Now that it's worse, much worse. That Great Fire of '93 took out something like 700 houses. This time, 31 years later, more than 10,000 homes have been lost. We'll argue, of course, about mitigation practices, about what we should have done, and about climate change for sure. Is that what made this one so big, so bad? But here is an easy prediction. Though it will be very difficult, it will all be rebuilt.
Bullshit. It'll be rebuilt, but not the way that it was. The people whose houses burned down are not going to rebuild. It's exactly what Headless Chicken said. Private companies will come in, they will buy the land because it's cheap, because the people who lost their homes will not be able to afford to rebuild, let alone be interested in it. Some of them might, but the vast majority of this is just more wealth transfer.
And most of us will stay.
The second part's
and more
true.
will come to this great mess of a city.
One that keeps so many of us
Oh, fuck you. I should have known better. When I saw what's next, I thought maybe. Jumping slightly to healthcare, but a chatter mentioned this earlier, in that they watched Mel Gibson say something and thought it was good. Let's listen to what Mel Gibson has to say on Joe Rogan. And by listen, I mean don't actually think about this. It's retardation.
I don't believe that there is anything that can afflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure for it. I think that there has to be. It just makes sense to me. No, I couldn't.
It just makes so what? Like, well, I mean, we're gonna go to cancer, but it doesn't make sense to me that there's no natural cure for anything.
Natural cure.
What does natural mean?
I think that there has to be. It just makes sense to me.
Everything is natural.
I couldn't prove that, but I just believe that. Yeah. That there's got to be something that cures things, and I'll tell you a good story.
I can't prove that. But I really believe that. In the hole, man. Straight in the hole.
Okay. I have 3 friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
What did
I'm
they
sure
take?
all of this is factual.
Jesus.
I'm sure.
They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
Guys, please do not take ivermectin or fenbendazole or whatever that shit. Don't listen to these retards. Don't take medical advice from Mel Gibson or Joe Rogan.
They drank hydrochloride something or
And
other.
drinking H2O2 is healthy, actually. It makes sense to me. It's just water with more oxygen.
There's studies on that now where people have proven that
People
they've
drinking
I wish they
methylene
would.
blue and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
methylene
not-
blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. And now they find it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah.
This stuff works, man.
There's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange.
Oh, you know, like actual medical treatments such as chemotherapy, radiation. You know what does work? Cannabis works for specific types of cancers. Not all cancer, but cannabis does reduce the ability for cancer to spread in specific types of cancers. But we just ignore that one because, you know, that's not going to make the pharmaceutical industry all that much money.
Again, it's profit. When you hear about things
Cancer headless chicken? Jesus.
that are
Hope you're okay.
demonized and that turn out to be effective, you always wonder, well, what is going on here? How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable?
I mean, he's right when it comes to cannabis. Yeah, I hope you're okay, man. I don't even know what to say there. I hope you have health insurance, by the way, because this is what they think if you don't have health insurance.
Now, when you go home today, what should you do? I think you ought to think about 15-minute physicals. Your local hospitals will fund these. They're incredibly inexpensive to run. You can screen thousands of people for almost nothing, and you allow a conversation to take place in more of a festival-like setting. It's not scary. And I mentioned earlier that almost everybody who comes to our...
Absolutely. This is the guy who's in charge of Medicare and Medicaid. His job is literally Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Our 15-minute physicals has a job, but a lot don't have insurance. Give them a way of crawling back out of the abyss of darkness, of fear over not having the help they need, and give them an opportunity, because they don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access, to a chance.
They don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access a chance to get that health. That's what this motherfucker believes. I've been to this guy's house for trick-or-treating as a kid. He used to give out full candy bars. I used to think he was pretty cool. Turns out, no. One more time.
It's not scary. And I mentioned earlier that almost everybody who comes to our 50-minute physicals has a job, but a lot don't have insurance. Give them a way of crawling back out of the abyss of darkness, of fear over not having the help they need, and give them an opportunity, because they don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access, to a chance to get that health.
They don't have the right to health, but they have the right to access a chance to get the wealth. The health, rather. Literally, it's a lottery system. It just genuinely is. Health insurance companies are fucking parasites. Insurance companies are fucking parasites, including the home insurers like State Farm. All of their fucking parasites. The CEO of Nestle doesn't think that water is a human right. True. The CEO of Nestle would say the same about air if he could figure out a way to commodify that.
People are not going to fucking believe this.
Nestle is responsible for the death of more than 10 million infants, so.
Just yesterday, I made a video saying that we should have had Medicare for all in this country 80 goddamn years ago. And the only reason we don't is because every single one of our health insurers are greedy, blood-sucking fucking parasites. Well, just this morning, I woke up to an email from my health insurer, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. In that email was an explanation of benefits saying that I owe $12,000 for some lab work I had done back in September. Now, it's true, in September, I had a doctor's appointment, and when I made that appointment, I was very careful to choose a doctor that was in network.
They go out of their way to steal from you.
A place that was in network. During that appointment, they said, hey, do you want to do some lab work? I said, yes. I thought it was fucking part of it. No one explained that it was going to cost me $12,000 to get this lab work.
What lab work cost $12,000? What lab work? Because me personally, living in Australia with access to public health care, last week went and got a chest x-ray and a full blood panel, which cost me nothing, by the way. I'll get the results tomorrow. And if I actually look into it really quickly, let's find out. How much does blood work cost? I want the actual pricing, not for consumers. Cost actually. That's fucking funny. Here, hold on. This is how much it costs. This is the UK, but wait, why is this a different link now? It's about $300 at most. $300 to $400. It was £350 is what it said for a CBC, which is what I was talking about. Wouldn't this also just be with hospital billing? It's not just the insurance company. Well, again, the doctor was in network. The hospital was in network. All of the things were in network. He was offered blood tests that we assumed would also be in network. That wasn't, because they didn't tell you. It's how they get you. It's how they steal from you.
Saying that I owe $12,000 for some lab work I had done back in September. Now, it's true, in September, I had a doctor's appointment, and when I made that appointment, I was very careful to choose a doctor that was in network at a place that was in network. During that appointment, they said, hey, do you want to do some lab work? I said, yes. I thought it was fucking part of it. No one explained that it was going to cost me $12,000
That's insane.
for this lab work.
Again, a CBC should be about $350. Lab work could be CT scan or an MRI. Okay. MRI cost out of pocket, Australia. $375. How about a CT scan? $100. So at most, if you got a CBC, $350, add another $300 for an MRI, $650, and then add another $100 for the CT, $750 at most. And by the way, that was in pounds. Sorry, no, the $350 at the first one was in pounds. So make that $400. It's $800. Was what that would cost. Lab work, CBC, CT scan, and an MRI. That is how much it costs to do these things. $12,000 bill.
And the lab that they used to do that lab work was apparently not in network.
Well, it's expensive there on purpose.
$12,000. All right, for 12.
Everywhere else in the world, headless chicken, it's not that expensive. Everywhere else in the world, CT scans like $100. Every country I've lived in besides America, healthcare is not expensive like that. It's still expensive, mind you, but it's not $12,000 for a CT.
Grand, I could fly to Paris, get the lab work done, spend 3 months in Paris doing whatever it is Parisians do, eating baguettes. And
my parents are 65, and they fly to Turkey every couple of months to go see the doctor. They line up all their doctor schedules back to back. They fly to Turkey, and then they go do like a week of doctor appointments every year. If they have an emergency, they can't do that. They can't access that. America hates its citizens is true, but it's really the corporations.
Non-committally, I guess, and they come back to the United States. This entire country fucking sucks. Everything about it is a goddamn con designed to take money out of your wallet and put it into the wallets of people who are vastly more wealthy than you could ever goddamn imagine.
True. It doesn't have to be this way, but America fucking sucks. It doesn't have to be this way, but they rob you. They exist to steal from you and nothing else. That's all they care about.
Insurance just keeps, it's 2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse. I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients. And I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep,
this is surgery.
I had a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery. And, said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called United Healthcare, and the gentleman said he needed some information about her, wanted to know her diagnosis and whether
I wonder where it's going with United Healthcare.
Stay should be justified. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now? And she has breast cancer. And, the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight. And, you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And
they're literally trying to stop paying for the woman who is asleep, like, and anesthetized, in surgery, no less, or like about to be, rather.
I need to go back and be with my patient now. But, yeah, it's out of control.
Is your cancer bad enough? Is your health condition worthy of us paying for you, even though that's exactly what you pay us for? People aren't paid to act like humans. That's why I keep saying they're not people like us. They are human beings, but they're not people. Tucker Carlson. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said all medications sold in America should be manufactured in America to ensure quality and security, which means everything's price goes up. It is fucking stupid, but it's RFK. It's Tucker Carlson News as a, like, fan account. Whether that's true or not, by the way, it doesn't even really matter. They say a bunch of shit, Headless Chicken. That doesn't mean that they do it. They say a bunch of dumb shit all the time. And RFK is one of the dumbest ones. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's my favorite clip of RFK.
Suddenly I could sit and I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class.
Man has ADHD and was self-medicating with heroin. Thinks that ADHD meds are bad for you. Like, I get the self-medicating bit. I understand that. But, like, you know, I don't know why you would go with heroin rather than amphetamines, considering one is literally ADHD medication and an upper, and the other one's a downer, and you're trying to pay attention in class. This retard is who controls all of the healthcare now. Now, some of our speech is already being taken away. Now, personally, I don't give a fuck about TikTok. You can treat ADHD with heroin. I'm gonna recommend it to all my friends. Please do not. Look, whatever you guys do on your own time, good for you. I'm not telling you to do that. RFK might be, though. I've had a pretty big pivot politically. My uncle worked on RFK's campaign, so I went to the event and I met him and I started looking into him, and it prompted my shift to the left. I mean, you know what? I support that, Keteris, and it makes me think how many people are going to shift to the left just by hearing RFK speak. That's interesting to think about. So, TikTok. I don't particularly care about TikTok. It's just another greedy social media company that's brainwashing you and stealing your time and energy. It's exactly the same as Meta, as Twitter, as, I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly the same as YouTube, but it's the same idea. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, all of these siphon your time, your mental capacity, your energy, and your attention. And then I don't care if it is. I'm going to talk about it and disagree with them, Tyler the Flower. I watch Fox News on this channel. What the fuck are you on about?
The Supreme Court justices expressed concern about redacted evidence the government presented in the TikTok case, which attorneys for the app were not able to review. According to an attorney representing TikTok users, the evidence is classified in a lower...
Also, you're lying to me. Straight Arrow News, SAN. Least biased factual reporting, USA. Mostly factual. Funded by Joe Ricketts, billionaire businessman, founder of TD Ameritrade, Straight Arrow News, blah blah. It's just another billionaire. I'm sure he makes some money off of Russia, but that's not true.
Court agreed
it's
to
not
make
Russian government-owned media.
its decision solely based on the public record.
I'm concerned.
Literally every news media is shilled by a bunch of Russian influencers, Tyler. What the fuck are you on about? Tim Pool was on fucking Fox News last night. What the fuck are you talking about? Both Tim Pool and Fox News are Russian influencers.
Concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel.
Excuse me? What secret evidence? One more
The Supreme Court justices expressed concern about redacted evidence the government presented in the TikTok case, which attorneys for the app were not able to review. According to an attorney representing...
It's redacted because it's national security. It's because of things that we are doing using TikTok as well. It's not just that it's being used against us. We do a bunch of illegal shit too. Remember, Congress doesn't know how much money is really spent on the defense industry. The numbers that we have for our military spending isn't the right number. That's as much as we're allowed to know.
Representing TikTok users, the evidence is classified and a lower court agreed to make its decision solely based on the public record.
I'm concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel to review it. And I noted
The Pentagon has failed every audit since the 90s. Yeah, true. My dad is the opposite. RFK drove him more right. That's why RFK had to drop out. He was a spoiler candidate. He was meant to try and take some of the left, but it turned out so much MAGA was going over to RFK that RFK dropped out and endorsed Trump. That's why they fought so hard to get his name off the ballot in certain states.
there are mechanisms to read in counsel and that other countries, including our allies, often do that.
The subject was first raised when Gorsuch asked the attorney representing TikTok a question that he could not answer.
Well, Your Honor, the problem there is everything that follows what you just read is redacted, and so I don't know what it says.
Gorsuch later said the government has made an increased number of appeals to secret evidence in recent years, and therefore it's something Congress should pay attention to. Solicitor General
Congress, who doesn't pay attention to anything.
Elizabeth Prelogar made reference to a sealed appendix while she was making her case before the justices. She never said exactly what it contained. She gave a brief overview and urged the justices to read it.
If you look at that information, it was a wealth of data about Americans that was going to have to go back to China in order for the platform to just continue its basic...
This is such a dishonest framing because every social media company does this exact thing. They are all gathering your data, and just so you know, they're all still selling it to China, even if it's illegal. They don't care. There's data brokers that are third parties in, like, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, where Facebook can sell your information to, and then they can sell it to China. It's not like we don't already do this. This is just like, TikTok, pro-Palestine, young people. I'm really just sitting here like, are we really looking at the last week of American freedom as we knew it? We are, Headless Chicken. I'm sorry, but January 6th this year, the certification of those votes, that was like one of the last dying breaths of this country. And when we cover the inauguration on the 20th, that's the death of America. We are now going to be in a different country. It will be a oligarchy, a fascistic oligarchy. It's not American freedom. It's gone. It's gone. They have already attacked your freedoms of speech. If people go out and kill one or two more CEOs, they'll come for the guns. They want to take away women's right to vote. They want to bring back slavery. Are they going to be able to do all these things? Probably not. They're really fucking stupid, and they keep arguing with each other. We're going to go more into that on Wednesday next time. Or rather, Tuesday for the Americans. But you really think they would actually come for your guns? Oh yeah, I think if one or two more CEOs get capped, the state will come in and take your guns. They will do literally exactly what the right wing has been afraid of for decades, where they just bust in your door and take your guns. That's exactly what they will do. You think that the rich won't do that? I feel like it. It feels like Wright read all the dystopias and was like, yeah, let's do all of them at once. Yeah. Romney already said the quiet part out loud when he said TikTok is the only app they need to control the narrative on. Well, TikTok is the only one that they don't have direct control of, because every other one of these apps is regulated by the FCC and the FTC. They have full control over these because they have made it so... They took away the Chevron doctrine, which means that these people are all going to be Trump loyalists who have no power outside of the power that Trump gives them. Elon Musk is trying to buy Wikipedia. So they hate you having access to information. They want you dumb and stupid. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that this level of preparation is required, but I think you should consider doing it. If you have some time in a printer, maybe go find, or maybe some like flash drive or something. Go download some YouTube videos on how to fix stuff in your house. Maybe like look at your dryer, your washing machine, find the brand, find a YouTube video, download the video of how to fix these things. Go find like papers on agriculture, on how to do things for yourself that you may not be able to do, how to grow food, how to find fresh water when you don't know where you are. Download these files, keep them offline so that you can keep them, because they'll be gone eventually. There's a chance. Like, we're not there yet, but they want that to happen. Print out things, you know, have some shit in your house so that, I don't know, if your washing machine breaks and the people in charge want you to go buy another one, then you can fix it instead. I definitely don't want them to take all the guns. Gee, if only that would, if only the thing that would happen, make that happen, wouldn't happen. True. Honestly, if Trump tries mass deportations, the Second Amendment might be some folks saving grace, and that's when they'll come for it. I did say that, by the way. If you are an American citizen, which, by the way, they don't care, they've said openly they'll still come after you, and you are in your home, and the police come in to try and take you and put you out of the country, I don't know if it's legal or not, but in a stand your ground state, in a castle doctrine state, that is definitely a gray area that will have to be litigated in court. And people are absolutely going to do this. It's a matter of whether it's extreme enough or not. It just feels like much of a concession for MAGA base to say, okay, take our guns, we believe in nothing. They won't concede. I've been saying this for a long time. We're gonna have a revolution in this country in our lifetimes, but it's not going to be the left that starts it. The right will start it. I hope he tries, honestly, hot take, but I want to see some of that. That's the thing. We'll find out. But also, understand that this is not just America. Look at this. This is in my state, South Australia. My state. I see this every day now in Australia. Since Trump won the election, every single day there's news about something like this happening in Australia. It wasn't that, it still happened beforehand, but not like that. Not that often. Look, so yeah, TikTok's probably going away. That's the point here. They didn't come to a decision. They were a bit skeptical. And they're going to decide later, which realistically it means they got to talk to the boss man behind the scenes. The 51st state, yeah. Yeah, geez. Please no. How about you guys all, as one America, become the 7th state of Australia? Wait, hold on. Tasmania, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, North. Yeah, so 7th state. Become our 7th state. We can give you free healthcare. Not to come off racist, but then Zarkian hillbilly white piece of trash. I hate my neighbors. I mean, to be fair, you're allowed to say that. You live there, and you should talk to your neighbors that you hate, and you should try and make them less hateable. That's my advice. You should try and, I don't know, propagandize to your neighbors. Even if they're dumb, it's easy. Just propaganda. Do exactly what they do to us, to them. I legit went to school in a sundown town. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it might not be much you can do, but it's still worth trying. I gotta pee, and then I'll be right back. Not necessarily, Batman. That's not how it works anymore. Sometimes, to attract any attention or anyone to give a shit, you have to be really mean. That's the environment that was built. Oh, nobody. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Come and say hi. 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 He's purring. He's happy. Hello, Mr. Franklin. You want to host the stream while I go pee? What's up, Bizicor? Doesn't seem like he wants to host. I'll be back in a second. Oh, hello, guys. It's pet safe, true. Mr. Kitty. It's Mr. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, actually. That's his name. Okay, so. Just a couple of, slight unrelated stories that I want to go to that are still important, because we have a pretty in-depth stream for the next one. But this is pretty fucked right here. It's Mr. Cat to you, peasant. There's no peasants. I don't believe in class structure, Shardspork. You should know better than that. So, this is the North Carolina Supreme Court, basically giving itself the power to decide the next Supreme Court member. North Carolina Supreme Court blocks certification of the Supreme Court election. We'll hear Jefferson Griffin's protest later this month. Yeah. How can they do this? Because there's no one that will stop them. What are you going to do? You're going to take this up to the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court is filled with, like, operatives. They're literally just, they don't care. They're willing to break every rule. I'm sorry. This is how tyranny works. On December 18th, petitioner filed a petition for writ of prohibition, motion temporary, blah, 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 blah. Even though we received notice from the Board of Elections of its appeal of the order of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina, in the absence of a stay from federal court, this matter should be addressed expeditiously because it concerns the certification of an election. Therefore, petitioner's motions for temporary stay is allowed, and the court, upon its own motion, sets the following expedition briefing schedule concerning the writ of prohibition. Petitioner shall file before 14th of January. Respondent shall file before the 21st. Petitioner shall file reply by the 24th. By order of the court in conference, this is the 7th day of January. Riggs J. recused. Earl J. dissents on the grounds that the standard for temporary stay has not been met here, where there is no likelihood of success on the merits and the public interest requires the court not interfere with the ordinary course of democratic process as set by statute and the state constitution. Further dissents or concurrences, if any, will be filed through an amended order. It is literally unconstitutional what they're doing. Democracy didn't keep Whitey at the top, it must be destroyed. Basically, that's what they believe. That's their mentality. And it's not just them, by the way. Although I am happy to see this one. We know that they've been trying to radicalize Germany so that the AfD can be America's partner in Europe. They're trying to do the same thing in the UK. Elon Musk is specifically doing his misinformation on the 3 countries that fund Ukraine the most. I think Obama's election truly broke their minds. It did, and then COVID solidified it.
The woman hoping to propel Germany to the political far right.
How weird is it that the leader of the Nazi party in Germany is a lesbian?
Alice Weidel, leader of the...
It's not that weird, actually.
AFD, unapologetic and strident ahead of next month's general election.
Wir werden zusammen mit aller Kraft Wahlkampf machen.
We are going to fight this election for our party, for our country, for our children.
It's really not, yeah, poor Kip. That's the thing. All of the right is so fucking woke. They take all of their language from AAVE. They are incredibly... How many Hispanic Americans voted for Donald Trump? There was a guy running for governor of North Carolina who said he was a black Nazi and wanted slavery back. Germany was the first nation with gay rights movement. Yeah, I know, but that was Weimar's. This is a Nazi. This is literally a Nazi. Like, her father was a Nazi. The prior leader of the AFD before her was also a Nazi. Reddit is full of trans girls who hate Muslims. Yeah. Yeah. The brain rot of the internet. Everyone is a Nazi now, I guess. The wokeification. Maybe they'll go so far that they'll actually make horseshoe theory real?
The future of a safe and rich Germany. Thank you.
This is literally Germany right now, you say.
Hip hip! Hip hip! Sieg!
She's got that V2 rocket fuel tiger blood. True. I can sense it as a fellow lesbian.
Weidel's grandfather was a Nazi judge
She needs to go in the hole.
appointed by Adolf Hitler, but she insists she's about cause.
One more time.
Future of a safe and rich Germany. Thank you.
Rich Germany, yeah.
Weidel's grandfather was a Nazi judge appointed by Adolf Hitler, but she insists she's about common sense, not extremism.
Yes, my grandfather was literally appointed by Hitler, and I'm the head of the Nazi party in Germany, but I'm not a Nazi, I promise. I'm not an extremist. I just want to make Germany rich and get rid of all the brown people and the colored people and the Jewish people, and like it's you have to be retarded to believe these people. But unfortunately, we have a system in place that makes you that way. Every day, from the moment you wake up till the moment you go to bed, you're inundated with bullshit to make you believe this shit.
Here, she was officially adopted as the party's candidate for Chancellor. Alice Weidel is following the Donald Trump playbook.
He's hotter than that character, but a bit.
She says that Germany has been diminished by its establishment politicians and weakened by woke values and too much immigration. And these are themes that are finding traction among the nation's voters. The AFD is
Every
seconding
single one of these people complaining about too much immigration really pisses me off. There's no reason for you to be mad about immigration. Germany and like areas like Germany and France get more terrorist attacks from Muslims. This is a fact. But the reason that happens is because of internal German and French politics. It's because these people are forced into enclaves and not integrated into society. They're afraid to interact with everyone else. They exist in an echo chamber, and then they get radicalized. Who's surprised by this? It's Germany's fault. It's France's fault. Immigrants are good for a country. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a headline in the next few months saying they're looking for the Arctic. Poor Kip. You'll see that in like the next 30 days, I promise you. Because that's the new playground. Their ice is melting. There's oil there. There's rare earth elements there. There's land there. It's the race for the Arctic. Headless chicken. Ain't it funny that the rainbow is supposed to be a reminder not to judge each other, and yet it's the hate symbol now? So curious. But that's because the fascist has no humanity, has no soul, right? And so they have no creativity. They can't make anything. They can only co-opt things other people have made and use them for their means. If you go on my channel on YouTube and you watch the video I did on the secret meeting, Christmas party between the Liberal Party in Australia and the mining industry, the coal industry, they're just dick riding Trump. They're wearing "Make Coal Great Again" shirts. Why? Because they can't be creative. They can't do anything like that. They can't make that up. This is the only reason I stick to my claim that Donald Trump inherently, ideologically, is not a fascist. he is perfectly okay with fascists and Nazis, perfectly okay working with them, but he himself is not one, which is why he's creative, which is why this even happened. Obama was the one who initially opened up the Arctic drilling. It's just gotten progressively worse since then. Yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna be like how all of the colonial powers raced for Africa, but it's gonna be in the Arctic this time. And the colonial powers are gonna be a little bit different. It's gonna be America, it's gonna be Russia, China, maybe India. Like,
Polls endorsed by Elon Musk and clearly offering a stark contrast.
Drill baby
We need
drill is what won,
Siegbert
you know?
Drosa, one of the party's MPs. He's got a signed British flag from Nigel Farage and a Russian doll featuring Vladimir Putin.
Yes, that's not sus at all. I love Elon Musk, Nigel Farage. Oh, and I have a Russian doll featuring Vladimir Putin. I'm totally not an operative for the Russian government. You know, there's no chance.
He tells us illegal migrants should be expelled from Germany.
I think
and says
you
he
should be expelled from Germany.
wants to stop all aid to Ukraine.
Oh, look! Stop all aid to Ukraine. Shocking. The three countries that Elon Musk is targeting, the three countries who support Ukraine the most, and the guy that we're talking to from the AfD has a little Russian doll of Putin and doesn't want us to fund Ukraine. Surprise, surprise. Anybody?
Mich hat, es tut mir leid, das sagen zu müssen, die Ukraine den Krieg
I'm sorry to say it, but Ukraine has lost the war. They will
Ukraine
pay
is winning the war.
a high price for it, perhaps no longer exist at all, certainly not within current borders. And I think every German euro of taxpayers' money invested in Ukraine today is wrong.
Ukraine is winning
And
the
despite
war.
denying being an extremist, he shared a very stark view on integration of Muslims in Germany.
Es gab hier kein nennenswerte islamische.
There was no significant Islamic community here 50 years ago or 100 years ago. Personally,
I do not give two fucks about historical land claims. They make no difference. You know what? If we're talking about historical land claims, then everything is Turkey now. You want to talk about historical land claims, AFD? Here's the historical land claims. You want that? You can all be Turkey. This is why none of this makes any fucking difference. Yeah, Russia, we're invading Ukraine because it used to be our country or territory. Turks, yeah. It's kind of crazy. It's going to be 3 years soon. Yeah, and Ukraine is kicking ass. They're winning. Russia has Korean soldiers, North Korean soldiers that are dying and gooning in Ukraine. That's how bad they're losing. They had to beg North Korea for help. Come on, guys. Your fucking historic land claim.
Islam has a home, but that home is not in Germany.
Opposition and anger follow the AfD. Here there were thousands of protesters, long lines of police,
I
and
do
high
like seeing
emotions.
this protests.
In Europe, sadly, it's been always like this. If it's hard times in Europe, people tend to turn to fascists. But we have to be an educated populist stand here, stand against that.
Please stand against this like the protesters in Tbilisi did. Because you can do it. You can win. You're correct, man.
In Berlin, the Chancellor, who's very likely to be ousted in next month's election, said supporting Ukraine was non-negotiable.
It isn't.
No country is the backyard of another. No small country should have to fear its large neighbours. That is
No country is an island unto itself. I don't fall on either side of that argument, so I tend not to say anything because somehow people get emotionally invested in that war and I just don't care. I understand that, and it pisses me off every time we talk about it. I have to talk about some bullshit. But the reason people get so emotionally invested in that war is because they're fed lies or they're fed money by the Kremlin. It's literally every single argument against funding Ukraine just falls to America bad, and that's it. That's all it comes down to is America bad. Now, is America bad? Yeah, but everything else still exists. Russia is objectively right now more aggressive and belligerent. Where can I get fed money? You know, we don't give any money to Ukraine either, right? We give them old military tech. Makes me think of the UK, Australia, Sicily. They're trying to take over all of these places. They're trying to inundate the same messaging everywhere. You're not getting shit from the Fed, good guy Dari. They don't care about you. They're owned by the oligarchs now. Unless you already have $1 billion, you don't matter to the government anymore.
At the heart of what we call Western values, our values.
Whatever happens in
our values, true. That's the guy who's gonna lose to the Nazis. Again, the fucking this woman's grandfather was appointed by Hitler. She has the same rhetoric, and she says she's not a Nazi. U.S., let's build all this equipment to fight Russia. U.S., what do you mean we're going to use this equipment to fight Russia? True, bulletproof bullet. True. Literally everything we send there is about to be decommissioned because it's too old, because we didn't use it. We don't give them any money. The only time we actually gave them any money was money that we stole from Russia. It was money that we froze oligarchs' bank accounts, took their money, and then gave it to Ukraine. Not even just give it to them. We gave it to them as a loan. Like, most people don't even know Ukraine was even a country, and then suddenly they're like, good Ukraine, and it doesn't make sense to me. That's the median voter, though. Like, personally, I don't even really like Zelensky all that much. I think Ukraine definitely has issues. I think that allowing Russia to annex foreign countries, though, is not good. And they've been doing it since 2008. They invaded Georgia. They just took over Georgia by stealing their election. On top of that, that's what the Tbilisi protests were. They invaded Crimea under Obama, which is really when we should have put our foot down right the fuck then and there. But we were having a good relationship with the Russians at that point. When Obama was in power and when Crimea was invaded, we didn't have all that much of a hostile relationship with the Russians. And the liberals in power wanted it to stay that way. And then they kept going. And we have still pussyfooted around. We should have given Ukraine long-range missiles much earlier. We should have given them planes like F-16s, even F-35s much earlier. We should have sent them tanks much earlier. Honestly, like, we fumbled supporting Ukraine, and they're still winning. They're still kicking ass, and we suck at supporting them as the West. It's honestly impressive. Okay, look, just to cool down a little bit, let's jump to something cute and calm. That's gonna be copyrighted music. I still remember the articles about the Ghost of Kiev. Yeah, the AFD is ridiculous. They want to withdraw from NATO, and the AFD is literally just a Russian op. Bulletproof bullet. That's why Elon Musk supports them. Elon Musk is supporting every country, every group that wants to stop Ukraine funding. You're not gonna hear me defend Russia. I just don't see how Europe should be our problem when we had an 18% increase in homelessness population last year. Your homelessness population increased because your corporations are robbing you. You should care about Ukraine because Russia is fucking with every country, not just Ukraine. They are hacking your country. They are fucking with your government. They are spreading lies to you, your children, your friends. Yeah, I know. Of course it. The defense contractors don't want the war to end. They want infinite war. The military-industrial complex wants infinite war. But Russia is the belligerent aggressive one that is doing shit right now. Now, it's the same argument I would make for Palestine. Free Palestine, free Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. It's the same argument. Support the people that are being oppressed and murdered and enslaved because it's the right thing to do, not because it benefits you. Even if it like does the opposite, even if you struggle because of it, it's still the right thing to do. If it makes your life harder, but you're saving the lives of countless others, you're evil for not making that choice. If you have the conscious thought and you choose selfishness over that, like you have to have that conscious thought, but if you do and you choose that, then you have no soul. You're not a person. You're a ghoul like the rest of them. Now, I'm not saying you are Batman. I don't think that you would make that choice, but the people who do is who I'm referring to here. You are right, though. It's not just, one-sided. Our military-industrial complex does want forever war, although they're a bit more interested in forever war in Israel. or around Israel rather, and Canada and Mexico and all of that stuff, not Ukraine, where we should be focused on, because those are the people that are being, it's just another proxy. Man, it's not a proxy war, realistically. If it was a proxy war, we would be trying much harder. I fully think that like NATO should just go take out the Kremlin tomorrow. I genuinely do believe that that would be the best solution. Send like 2 guys from MI6, couple CIA ops, some people from like, I don't know, the French version of their intelligence agency. Send them to the Kremlin overnight. Be done with it. I'm not afraid of Russia. I'm not afraid of them using nukes. I'm not afraid of, because again, 47 fucking thousand billion times. This is the last straw. We will use nukes. Never uses nukes. It's a bullshit. Even Xi Jinping strictly told Putin, cut it off with the nukes. This whole war against Hitler is just another proxy war. Literally. Now, the same argument I'm going to make when America starts doing this. I'm going to make that same argument, that all of Europe should come together and fight a war against Hitler in America to free the people. But I make the same argument for Palestine. I make the same argument for Ukraine. It is morally right. It is ethically right. It is also objectively right. I wish I could play the music because it's good music. But it won't like it. Like, we learned the lessons about this isolationist sit in 1939. If you're asking that question, you really just need to go read some history. I do agree, but it's also, you have to remember that people are specifically messaged in a way that they forget all the stuff that doesn't occur to you anymore because of the systems in place. I mean, look, this really is it. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. Neither am I. We agree on most things. Let's not make Ukraine strain that. I will literally die on this hill, Batman. I will die on this hill. It is the right thing to do. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. All of us are not in this club. None of us are. But, you know what? We have an even bigger club. It's called the proletariat. It's called the working class. It's called the average person. So maybe we don't need to be in their big club. Maybe we should do something about their big club, is all I'm saying. Protest, talk, go talk to your neighbors, try and convince people. Make content if you want to. If you enjoy the thought of doing something like that, whether it's video essays or whether it's live streaming like I am, do it. Give it a go. Honestly, you're gonna have a lot more fun than you think you are. There are far, far more of us than there are of them. Doesn't the right wing say like what you need like 3% of a population to have a revolution? You need 3% to be coalesced into this organized form. We can be the 3%. We're the fucking 99%. Yes, you know what it is, 3%, because that's where the 3%ers come from. They're the militia group that wants to, install the Fourth Reich. We are the 99%, and you only need, 2-3% of a country's population to overthrow their government? Now, I'm not saying we should overthrow the government yet, but if it comes to it, and it's your life, it's your... If they're enslaving you, the only option under tyranny is revolution. It's either death or liberation. You don't get any other options when you're under tyranny. Now, you're not there now, but when they start sending you to the gulag that they're building at the border in Texas, then that might be a different story, which they are and have been doing. True, they are and have been doing. This is absolutely true. But you're going to be less aware of it, and it's going to happen way more all the time, everywhere. Remember, net neutrality is dead. They have gotten rid of every protection that you have for misinformation. They are coming out with Truth Plus Media next year, which is Trump's own personal brand of state media. CNN is indistinguishable from Fox News at times now. MSNBC seems to be the only one that occasionally has a good take, but even they're like CNN, and CNN is like Fox News, and Fox News is turned into a fucking Telegram somehow. Everything is shifting. We're in for a rough time, but we can do this. We can survive, because what has gotten people through hard times in the past, under whether it's fascism, monarchy, feudalism, disaster, famine, plague, what gets people through these? Community. Community will get you through it. Talk to your neighbors, make real life human friends. If you don't have at least one neighbor whose phone number you have and you feel comfortable calling in an emergency situation, work on that. Just one. I don't know, whether there's a fire, a tornado, a fire-nado, a hurricane, an earthquake, militias down the street, someone broke into your house to rob you. It's a good, system of self-defense. Also, absolutely, go learn how to use a gun, go to the range, shoot one, maybe buy one. You have the right to self-defense, and you should defend yourself. The militias have all the guns, and the left has, none, so work on that. Alright, so that's it for today. I'll be off tomorrow, because I got doctor stuff to do. I'll be back the day after, and then we have our fun little debate that I'm really, really excited for. Thank you all for tuning in today, and if any of you are in Los Angeles, or rather all around California, please stay safe. Best wishes. Thoughts and prayers sounds like a really shit thing to say, so I'm not going to say it, but my thought is that millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha will turn into the Jex Xers Take Two Apathetic Tired Broke. Millennials are the only people that really are doing anything. Gen Z are doomers, and Gen Alpha are all Adolf Hitler. So, there you go. Oh, not all of them, but rather, you know what I mean. The vast majority of them are fed content that is, close to that of what Adolf Hitler would want to. I'm fine, I'm too stubborn to die. Good Lord, Fluffy Art. Also, don't risk it. Alright, see you guys later. Oh, and, hop in the Discord, like the stream, and I'm gonna raid somebody, so give me a second. You don't have to hop off yet. Because, I didn't think about this until the very last second. Let's give a raid to... There we go. Getting ready for the raid. Come on then. Get the button ready. Let's go.